Hiya, goodness me, welcome in, how's it going? It's all bloody kicking off. Hello folks, I think I should be getting... I think I should... Right, well, what we simply need to do here... Oh, for fuck's sake! Fucking hell! No! I'm not even supposed to be live! I'm not even supposed to be... Now there's a dog in the room. There's a dog in the... This is... Somebody's at it, man. This isn't quite right, is it? I don't think this should still be going. This isn't because he subs. That wasn't because he subs. That was just somebody was... No, it was because he subs. Jesus Christ, everybody. Hi, Freddie. I'm okay, Freddie. There's... Oh no. Oh no, man. We seem to be in a position here where the bubbles are only... Fuck. I've no streamed for a wee while, everybody. I don't know if that's evident or not. I've no streamed for a wee while. I don't really know what I'm doing. Hiya and welcome to the stream. We're not getting the full effect of the bubbles, everybody. It's only coming out of one chamber. And yous deserve... Oh, I mean, look at this. This is something you rarely see, is me actually manipulating the position of the bubble robot. This is a rare scene. Do you know, maybe it should be front and centre. Maybe it should just be right here so everybody is aware of the imminent threat. I think that's working a wee bit better. What if I just tilt it down? Like that. But then I suppose you can't really see me. I think I need to prime... I mean, I did prime the tubes. This is how the tubes are looking, right? But basically I've got 3 bits and it's only coming out of 1 bit. Let's have a look. It's only coming out of that 1 bit. Do I need to open up the bubble gun? I mean, I've repositioned that 1 bit, so I'm getting it straight to the dome. But I wonder if I need to open up and fix the bubble gun. Jesus Christ. Here, everybody, welcome in. How you doing? You're watching twitch.tv/1030. Thank you very much for all of this stuff that's going on, because I've not been on in a wee while, and the absolute fear was that when I hit go live again, that nobody would really care about it. So thank you very much for caring. And welcome in, everybody. How you doing? Bubble gun update. We've now got 2 of the 3 things all happening, so that's quite good. I'm quite happy, and that's good. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the stream. This here is the stream. I think you're still listening to music, aren't you? You can still hear music, and are you fine with that? Are you okay with the fact that there's music in the background? Because I'm going to just keep it going. I'm going to just keep it going. Jesus Christ, everybody! Thank you very much for celebrating me. No, I'm kidding on. For showing up and for still being into my stream, man. Because I think it's been what, about 2 months or something. I've been on a mad one, everybody. I got the heat down and I just disappeared for a wee while. I'll tell you all about that in just a wee second. But welcome in, everybody. Thank you very much for being here. The bubblegum cameras make this very FPS. Aye, it is. Maybe it should be down bottom left in like a HUD. And like a wee health meter of my face just getting slowly more and more haggard. Welcome in, B. Dolan. How's it going? It has been at least 35 years since your last stream. You get 35% off for 5+ gifts. Fucking hell, Twitch have got new things and all that. I don't even know what the things are nowadays. I saw that you could get drops for being in Just Chatting or something like that as well. What? It's all changed, man. Treasure train? I'm on a treasure train level 5. What the fuck is a treasure train? Why do they call it stuff like a treasure? Sorry, I'm moaning already. Treasure train unlocked. What the fuck does that mean? Is that something to do with ScotRail? Hype trains are cancelled, don't ask. Really? Cancelled in, like, they no longer exist, or we've found some incriminating evidence against them and so we can't speak about them? Man, it's been a long time. I've been away for a long time. I don't even know what's happening, and I'm a partner Twitch streamer. Treasure. What about a treasure chest rather than a treasure train? Surely that makes more sense. But neither of them make sense. A train doesn't make sense, and a chest doesn't make sense either. But a treasure chest would make more sense than a treasure train. Because where the fuck is a treasure train? This is weird. On the app, it wouldn't let me sub for just 1 month. Really, Carnivore? Everything's been something. Hello, Exeldro. Welcome in, Exeldro. How you doing? Exeldro, I've been enjoying seeing the updates of OBS Draw, and I would really quite like to install it on this setup that I've got here. So at some point, I'm going to do that. Maximum respect to Exeldro. Carivore says, anyone else seeing that? Carivore, are you just setting up a ploy for me to invite people to sub? You see what Carivore's doing just now? Carivore said, here everybody, the app isn't letting me just sub for 1 month. Is anybody else seeing that? So what Carivore's doing is they're trying to get people to go and click on sub to see, oh, can I sub for 1 month? But what I would say to everybody, for anybody who wants to stream, or sorry, to sub to anybody else on Twitch, right? What you need to do is not sub on an app. Because if you sub to somebody on Twitch on an app, it charges you more money. Jesus Christ, Dolan. Jesus Christ. What is even happening? Right, hold on. Hold the bus now. Because I need to say thank you to a lot of people in this. Oh, no way, man. Is this that just coming in? I think this is this just coming in. That's me got the subs now. Dolan, thank you very much for... I can hear the bubble gun just getting a bit, oh, I'm not doing very well. I must say, I thought the spurt on the bubble gun was a lot more spurty than what it is. I suppose it happens to us all, doesn't it? Bubble gun's just in a bit of old age or something like that. Jesus Christ. Thank you very much. Fucking hell, man. I don't want to touch it. Everybody, hiya, how you doing? Listen, we haven't... Fucking hell. We haven't spoke about good news for a wee while. Does anybody have any good news? I would like to talk about my good news, which is that I'm on a bloody level 8 hype train, so thank you very much for that, everybody. And I want to say thank you very much to the following people. My God, and I hope this is all staying up to date. Daydream Nation, thank you very much. I don't think I can even do this. Right, we now have all 3 bubble barrels. I mean, this is something, isn't it? I feel like one of the clickers in Last of Us. I bubbled. We should do a zombie film, but instead of turning into zombies, they just get bubbled. It's just cutting about like this. Hello everybody, how you doing? Welcome to twitch.tv/1030. I've welcomed you about 12 times. Daydream Nation, thank you very much for subbing. Echo Thump, thank you very, very much for subbing. Chameleon, how you doing? 53 months, thank you very much for that. Inner Row. John the Human, thank you very, very much. Just Panda, how you doing? What a day. Right here, thanks for subbing. Necknil, thank you very much. Flower Buffy, how you doing? It's good to see you as well. Yes, it's Bland, how you doing? Yes, it's Bland. Yes, it's Bland, are you in the country? Because I knew you had plans to pure bounce. Or have you bounced and then came back? Nora's Day, thank you very much for the That was amazing. The new bubbles blew off the old bubbles, so I can actually see better. Thank you, Two Crooked Fingers, for blowing off the old bubbles. Oh my goodness me, I think that's going to come through in just a wee second. I've got a lot of thanks to say, but I can't see out my eyes. It starts to stick after a bit. See, as soon as your face and head is fully saturated, they will then stick. I've learned. Hello, how you doing? I was a wee bit nervous about coming on stream today, and I'm never nervous about streaming, but I thought I'd maybe forgotten how to do it all and stuff like that. But thanks for being on in my corner, and hello and hiya. I've not really spoken to anybody except for Rachel for about 2 weeks, so I'm not entirely sure how my chat's going to be. So let's just jump in. Yes, it's Bland, thank you very much for subbing. Nora's Day, how you doing, Nora's Day? Devon Inc., what's happening? Thank you very much. Lucy Kelly, thanks again. And Right here, thanks for gifting a sub to Capt Doug, to Yet Another Luna, to Buster Hawk, to Novus, and to Big Scary Deer. Right here, thanks for that. Steph Make Stuff, how you doing, Steph Make Stuff? We've got Lost Bubbling, time to make up for... We've got Lost Bubbling, time to make for... Aye, 100%. 100%. Hold on, my list of people just now did this a wee bit. So what is even happening? What is even happening? Where was I? There's so many. I've just got that many subs on Twitch, I can't even keep up with them. Steph Make Stuff, thank you very much. We've got Last Bubbling time to make up for. 100%. Steph Make Stuff, thanks very much. 87-year-old Duke, how you doing? Thanks for the sub. It's going to keep going too. And Shiver88, thanks for the sub. MIG Williams, thanks for the sub. Katari Link, thanks for all the bits. Pedropolis, thank you very much. Are you away now, Fred? You realise there's no drama? Everybody, Fred's in the room. Oh no, you can't see him for the bubble gun. Freddy, look! What is this? You alright, boop a snoot? Oh, I love it when you boop a snoot. Thank you for doing that. You're a good boy, aren't you? Yes. Freddy didn't get bubbled. I've taken extreme precautions, although the floor is really slippy. Taking extreme precautions to ensure that the dogs do not get bubbled. Pedropolis, thank you very much. Welcome back to you. Class Wee Egg, yes. Pedropolis, thank you. And B. Dolan, thanks for subbing. I want you to get the word out. We're back up. Stringer Bell. How you doing, B. Dolan? Holy shit, we're on a treasure train level 9? Right here, is that another 5 subs? I was wondering what was going on. Right here, thank you very, very much. Goodness me, everybody. Right, let me do all my thanks in order. Carivore, thank you very much for the bits. We're saving these questionnaire bits for here. Amazing. Thank you very much. Carivore, was it yourself that was talking about subbing on a mobile app earlier? I don't know if I got the advice out, but If you want to sub to anybody on Twitch, you're best doing the actual sub itself through a desktop rather than on your phone, because it's dearer on the phone, like substantially dearer. I think it's about £7 a month or something on a phone, and the streamer doesn't get that money. So it's a lot cheaper for the viewer to do it on a desktop. And if I was any of you, I'd be up for doing that. Hello, Scroobius Pip, welcome in, how's it going? And thank you very much for subbing. How yous doing, everybody? I don't know where to start, really. Magic String, thanks for the follow. Friendly Advice, thank you very much for subbing. Gonzo, thank you very much. Where the fuck have you been that I'm now Perry Saturn deficient? I don't know if you've been watching, Gonzo, but I don't really talk about Perry Saturn too much on the stream. But I will hint that I'm going to talk about Perry Saturn, just enough to keep you watching. But I actually don't know that much about him. Bowdy, welcome in, how you doing? And Dolan, thanks for gifting 10 bloody subs. B Dolan gifted a sub to This Just M, to Husey, to Sturdy Butter, to Not My Darius, to Miss Josie, to Plates Please, to someone else in chat, to Cheeky Nandor, Magic String, and Lumpy Space Princess 90. If I've just said your name there, please feel free to say thanks to B Dolan. If you happen to be in chat. Back on the SSRIs, thanks very much. Bowdy has just redeemed a hydrate, and because I've got my shit together, I can now hydrate like the best of them. Look, professional streamer. I was watching through an old VOD recently, and there were some really intense dandruff flakes in my hair, and I was like, oh my god, how embarrassing. And they stayed for ages, and I just didn't acknowledge them. There was like a big clump of dandruff here, and like big sort of flaky bits of my scalp. And I was like, oh no, fuck, if I streamed like that. Why didn't I realise that's what was happening? And then I looked further and zoomed in a wee bit, and it was just like bubble soap. It wasn't dandruff at all, it was wee white bits of bubble. I get bubbled that hard that the residue remained for a long time. So if anybody's just joining the stream, please be aware I do not have dandruff. We should put that up as like a banner down the bottom. Carivore, thank you very much for subbing. Welcome in, Carivore. How you doing? Thank you very much for doing that. SSRIs, thanks for subbing. Bowdy, thanks for the hydrate redemption. Gibbs, thanks for subbing. How you doing, Gibbs? Oh, it just all jumped again. Gibbs, thank you very much. S. Clarko, how you doing, S. Clarko? Thank you very much. Kablam, thanks very much. Arno Boko, thanks very much. Right here, thank you for 5 bloody gifted subs. To Kumar McGregor, to Scooby Club, to Campabius, to Jaggy, and to Saucy238. If I've just said your name, say thanks to Right here. Thank you, Right here. Jai Hardy, thanks for subbing. How you doing? MIG Williams, thanks for gifting a sub to Boatman, Wee Mad Baker, Mother Celtic, Seebs, Coma981, Techno Soap, Eddie Contrio, Levan Squeef, C-Tatty, and Well Ace. MIG Williams, thank you very, very much. You're very generous, so thanks for this. Two Crooked Fingers, thanks for the sub. William Tolan, thank you very much for the sub. It's good to see you. Crunchy Punch, thank you very much for the sub. My eyes, the goggles, they do nothing. Right here, that was terrible. I can usually do better. Right here, thanks for even more subs. Right here, thanks for giving a sub to Kosar Shea, to Ross Rays, to CH1195, to Old Man's Pino, and to Wax Parrot. Thank you very much, Right here. How you doing? Welcome in. How's it going? Big Bags of Cheese. How's it going? Is that a reference to... No, it isn't. You've been in for 14 months. To Dando's Street Cheese. Scroobius Pip. How you doing, Scroobius Pip? Thank you very much for subbing. Scroobius Pip, are you all safe and sound and home now and all of that? Oh, hold on. We've got a hype chest. Alright. So a hype chest still exists. Look at that. And the hype chest is a wee goblin. So they've still got a hype chest, but they've called the hype train a treasure train. But a treasure chest isn't a concept that exists. But we've got something called a hype chest and a treasure train. Jesus Christ, Twitch. I can help you with this, Twitch. Just phone me. You've got my phone number. Phone me. I can help you with this. I've got a degree in communication. I can help you with all of this, Twitch. Give me a shout. You're fucking it up. Thank you. Scroobius Pip, thanks again. Caravore, thanks once again. Got to get in on this. Thank you, Caravore. And JCR Joe, thanks for subbing. And Super Sausage Fish, how you doing, Super Sausage Fish? Thank you very much for subbing. Welcome in, everybody. How you doing? You're watching twitch.tv/1030 and 1030. And also, how's it going? 72 subs? Fucking hell. Right, well, that's me. I don't need to continue streaming now. I've just got 72 subs. Right, well, it was it was wonderful, everybody. That's me away to pay my rent now. And so I will see you probably in another, 4 weeks or something? Will we do that? Let's do that. Welcome in, folks. How's it going? Thank you very much for being here. Thanks for the stream. No bother, mate. Anytime, except for most times. So when I said anytime, like rarely. How's it going, everybody? Well, I'm here for a long time. Don't worry about it. Does anybody have any good news? At the start of the stream, what we like to do is encourage good news. I could be doing with some good news. I've had a series of like mild bad news, but just a lot of it. So I could be doing with hearing what your good news is. Where are they hiding the Twitch Prime subs this weather? Got Prime free delivery for a month and want to share the joy? Deegish, I'm not entirely sure. I'm sure they'll be hiding it for somewhere. Let's see, because I've not been on Twitch for a long time. Oh no, my teas went cold. Excuse me. I'm now covered in water. Okay, right, so let's go to TAF. Right, and let's see if I can find the resubs. This is TAF, right? I'm going to pause it because I think it's illegal to actually look at somebody else's stream. So if I hit resubscribe, right. So it should just be in there. If my Prime subscription was available, it would show up here. So I think it's still hidden in the same place. Purchase 2 subs or gift subs and get 30 days of unlimited anime. Right. I mean, I'm sure some folk might want unlimited anime. But I like there to be a limit to my anime, just so that I can't go daft. Hi Freddy, how you doing? You a good boy? You're a very good boy, aren't you? Yes, you're a very good boy. Freddy, you're not usually allowed in this room when I'm streaming. But as long as you don't do any doggy crimes, we could maybe just have you hanging out here for a bit longer. Do you want to do that? You're a very good boy, aren't you, Freddy? You can't see Fred, but he's a very good boy. Right, where were we on chat? Aye, so if anybody wants to share any good news, let me know what your good news is. And in the meantime, I'm just going to scroll down the chat and say hello Laxonian, welcome in, hello Beef. If it isn't 10:30, right here says I prefer no music personally, so let's try that out for a wee sec. And let's see. Cheeky Andor says, I like seeing the barrel of the bubble gun, makes it feel like we're playing a kid's version of Doom. Aye, it reminds people that it's here, but the reason I repositioned that just there was to get some liquid in the tubes, because it was only coming out of one thing. A pacifist mod for Doom games, that would be class, with just bubbles. Hello Eddie, good to see you back, how's it going? A treasure train has 35% off 5+. Ah, right, so you can only get 35% off 5 gift subs if there happens to currently be a treasure train happening. Is that right? That's very complicated, isn't it, Twitch? Just make it simple. See, instead of calling it bits, call it money. Anyway, hello Anna Realtor, welcome in, how you doing? How's it even going? Hype Train's old tweets got discovered that was bad. Right, say no more. How's it going, pals? Right, so let me see. I'm totally not up to speed. Hello, Kate. Welcome in, Cater Cakes. Kate says my mic sounds a wee bit weird. Can anybody confirm if my microphone sounds a wee bit weird? It might be covered in bubbles. Also, I might have like an effect on it. Also, I've not really been using my voice for a couple of months. Mic sounds good. Mic sounds normal. Cool. Somebody banned Kate there for giving us bad advice. That's a ban, Cater Cakes. So you just ruined a good sort of 7 seconds of stream there where I was like clicking about looking in my mic settings. No derailing the stream, thanks very much. It's a ban. Mic sounds off to me. Kate's doubling down, everybody. Kate's doubling down. Okay, what I would like you to do, chat, is split into factions, right? If the mic sounds bad, you will be on Team Kate. And if the mic sounds normal, I don't know where I'm going with this, man. I don't know where I'm going with this. Kate, it's wonderful to see you in. How's it going? Don't know where I'm going with this. Thought I'd have a bit of fun. Just came across as wanky and aggressive. How's it even going? Bowdy, thanks once again for subbing. Bidon, thanks for all these gift subs. Draws a nice new addition for OBS. It definitely is. I really like that OBS emoji you've got, Exeldro. Exeldro is a king of OBS plugins, everybody. If you're unfamiliar. Amazing guy. That was the minimum amount I could sub for some reason. Really? Where's he even going, man? Hello, Graham C89. How you doing? Welcome in. Thank you very much, everybody. Big Scary Deer says, some cunt gave me a sub and I can't see who it is. It's on mobile, so cheers, whoever it was. I could figure that out for you, Big Scary Deer, but don't know. Can't see. Don't know. But thank you very much, whoever did the Big Scary Deer one. It should say it here, but it's not saying it here. How's it going, Kate? Welcome in. How's it even going? I'm just in. There we go. And scroll down here. And there we go. Bubbles are cringe, says Gonzo. Thinking that things are cringe is cringe. I'd love a bath, Kate. I really would. The Thing 1982, The Thing's an amazing film. Hello, One Ghost. Welcome in. What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? Right, let me get up to speed in the chat. And remember, everybody, if you've got any good news, please put your good news in chat. I would like to read out your good news. When a gun just pours bubbles instead of shoots, I think it would be good. I was just reminded, it was The Last of Us, wasn't it? Was it part 1 of The Last of Us? And the tutorial is just like a water pistol. Or is that? No, it's snowballs, isn't it? But there is a water pistol fight in The Last of Us, isn't there? Is it Ellie's prequel? I'm just thinking there should be more games with water guns. There's water guns in Rust. I've been thinking about Rust a lot recently, everybody. But I'm not going to start Rust. Chameleon is in with a bit of good news. Chameleon says, good news. I've actually started my big game idea that has been kicking about in my head for years, and I've nailed down my RPG party characters, my main villain, and a lot of major plot beats. Maybe time to start coding combat systems to see if it's fun. Chameleon, that sounds wonderful. Sounds like you've got a hell of a project on your hands there. Big Scary Deer says, good news, the sun is out. And as such, I'm in an unstoppable wave of motivation and optimism. Work stuff, housework, personal growth, all getting handled and dealt with. Big Scary Deer, I would say I am the opposite of that currently. And I'm currently like digging myself out a hole. So I might feed off some of that energy that you're putting down. That's some excellent news, Big Scary Deer. How's it even going? Charlie When, I don't know if your thing did go through, but thank you, Charlie When. I don't know if I've said thanks to you. But I'm sure I'll have got it. Thank you very much, Charlie When. Hello, Luna. Welcome in. How you doing? Christopher, thanks for the big emote. Henmania 2022 says, my good news is I used the right to choose with my doctor for my ADHD and autism assessments. Instead of a 7-year wait, it's now 7 weeks. Aye? What's that? What's that then? Right to choose? Is that in the UK? NHS Scotland. I'm going to look into whatever that is. Right to choose is not currently available in Scotland, Wales or Northern Ireland. Oh, cool. Cool. Well, I'm glad it worked for yourself. All the very best with that. Gary Black, thank you very much for resubbing. Gary Black says, get bubbled. Good news. Sorry, it's football related. Dumbarton appear to have been rescued by a guy from Quebec that is just a sports fan and not connected to shady property development. Amazing, Gary Black. And all the very best to Dumbarton. I only associate Dumbarton because I don't really know a lot about Dumbarton. I've not been there a lot. And my only associations are like the BBC studios that are in Dumbarton, who've recently taken a bit of a battering because River City's been cancelled. And the phrase, since Christ left Dumbarton, is that a real phrase? Or is that just something my dad says? So if my dad is trying to talk about an event that happened a long time ago, oh, I've no been on holiday since Christ left Dumbarton. I don't know if that's a dad phrase or if that's like wider. Does anybody know about any of that? Kate is adamant that there is a bit of a crackle on my mic, and there might be a crackle on my mic because lots of bubbles. Dolan agrees there is crackle on the mic. Oh my god, everybody, there is crackle on the mic. What am I doing again? What's the mic software called? Wave Link. Let's just have a wee look in here, see what this does. I mean, I do have a different effects applied. So I could turn off those effects. Don't know anything about this. I could also add this effect and then like put this stuff back on. Yeah, 1, 2, how's it even going? Sorry, just getting texts. There we go. There isn't a compressor anywhere in the audio link. This is what people have missed from 1030 streams. So there isn't a compressor anywhere. There is, though, a de-esser sibilance. So this is it on sibilance. And then this is it off sibilance. The de-esser is off. I've now also got an EQ applied. So this is the EQ on, and then that is the EQ off. My overall levels are quiet. I mean, not according, I believe you, but not according to the OBS output. I have just updated OBS. So when I sat down to stream, I updated OBS. And so lots of stuff just installed and I had to re-log into things and stuff like that. So there's like a new version of all the software that I usually use that I'm currently using for the first ever time. So there might be some stuff that's a bit messed up. Let me quieten the background music just in case there was something here. Big Spud Gun, how you doing? Thank you very much for resubbing. Big Spud Gun, welcome in. How's it going? Your mic is sound there. All liars actually subbed to say this. Thank you. So from now on, I'm only going to take mic advice from people who have put it in their sub message, right? Just to make sure, you know, if you're so confident in your convictions, you put money behind it, basically. I'm kidding on. Big Spud Gun, thank you very much. Welcome in. How's it going? Gary Black, thank you very much for resubbing. And all the very best to Dumbarton. But I, Henmania, all the very best with your ADHD and autism assessments. That's brilliant. That's really brilliant. I got a wee bit excited there and I was like, I would need to move to England in order for me to benefit from the right to choose. And I would rather go through the horrible pain of being an undiagnosed ADHD person than move to England, basically. So here I am. Carivore says, good news, I finally got back into proper gaming, completed Death Stranding in about 3 weeks, and it melted my wee brain. Absolute masterpiece, but very frustrating sometimes. I might get back into Death Stranding, because I was beginning to enjoy it, and then I just stopped playing it. Laxonian says, my good news, just finished a group show in Helsinki and can relax for 5 minutes. That sounds class. Laxonian, that sounds brilliant. I'm well behind in chat because I've only just got to Yes It's Bland's reply to a question that I asked them at the start of the stream. Yes, I'm here. Amazing. I'll be in touch with you properly. When is it? Wednesday? I'll figure something good out. Because we need to catch up. Good to see you back. Notifications seem to be off. Bloody Twitch. Skywatcher, I think that... I don't know how Twitch notifications work, but they go off sometimes. To be fair, you haven't done much but get blasted in the face. Your chat could still be terrible. We don't know. My chat will be terrible for a wee bit, B-Dolan, but it will get better when I start streaming for a couple of days in a row. Did all your bubble-related skin issues calm down when you were offline? Believe it or not, they didn't, Pedropolis. So I think my bubble skin corrosion setup that's happened might just be permanent. It might just be a permanent skin thing that I've got because of this. Dearie me. Dearie me. We haven't seen him open a scene in a browser yet. We can be sure he can work the machine. I don't know, man. Charlie Wen, thank you very much for saying that. I appreciate that, Charlie Wen. And Big Bag of Cheese, thanks for subbing. Right here, thanks for the 5 subs. Let me just go through the chat, everybody. Bowdy says, good news, my arcade machine is starting to look legit now. Photos are in the Discord. Aye? Bowdy's got an arcade machine? Let's have a wee look at that. I'm going to, I think, be moving away from Discord quite soon because Discord has been like bought over or something like that. I think Discord is now a publicly traded company or something like that, which means that it's probably going to get kind of bad soon. Oh, aye, look at this big belter. Look at this big belter of a Space Invaders cabinet, everybody. What? Look at that. That's decent. So is that a 3/4 one on a stand? Because that looks cool. I also like your storage system. That's decent. And is this a NAS? Just pure having a right nosy at all your stuff, man. Is that like a calculator or something? Good image. And is that a scuddy person? Looks like vinyl, maybe. Just having a right good browse around all your things. But that looks cool, man. Well into it. I wish... Well, like, during lockdown, basically, I had to throw away my arcade cabinet. And I'm still gutted about it. It had a nice CRT in it and all of that sort of stuff. I had to throw it away. Bowdy says, more good news, also got a tiny CRT TV that I think is smaller than yours. Really? Smaller than this one's? Or smaller than the ones upstairs? Or smaller than... I think there's one about here. There's one here. So I think my smallest CRT is 4 inches, maybe. I don't know. I haven't even measured. But that's cool, man. Just found my picture of you for subbing for 3 months. Oh, cool, Wolo Hands, like the print thing. Charlie Wen says, never seen dandruff on your head, what you on about? Turned out it wasn't dandruff, it was bubbles. It was bubble scum, bubble residue. The bubble has blested, the residue lingers on, exactly. What a beautiful metaphor. Welcome in, everybody. I think I've roughly caught up to like a reasonably Kokershe. I knew that, Kokershe. Kate, how's it going? Hiya, I don't mean to derail your stuff, but I do have you turned up to 100% on Twitch and 100% on my computer, and you sound at normal volume like that. Apologies for getting Dolan involved. We'll be taking some time to think about things. Thank you, Kate. Let me just check my audio levels because, right, I believe what you're saying, but in OBS, I'm in the red already. So, like, I think that you're right, but I think me turning it up might not be the thing to do. So, let me have a wee look at my own stream. Is that easy to do? Well, first, let me look at somebody else's stream. Keeks, thank you very much for the sub. Beneath the Headphones, thank you very much for 200 bits. Very pleased you've gone live. I've missed the bubbles and the banter. I'm very pleased that you're pleased that I've gone live. That's amazing. I've just got the the thing that I said about how future advice will only be taken in a sub message, Kate, I was kidding on about that. You didn't need to actually sub, but thank you. So here is like Taft's volume level. He's having a great time, right? So he just had a big great time laugh, right? So what if I go into mine? 1 2 1 2. That sounds the same volume. This is maybe a Twitch problem. Get rewards by purchasing or gifting subscriptions to 1030's channel while they're live in any category. 1030 has enabled drops for the community. Have I? Support with subscriptions and claim the rewards. What rewards? View details. Oh, unlimited anime. Not for me. But if anybody wants 30 days of unlimited anime, like do some stuff. So, right, there seems to be a wee bit of dispute in the chat. So I wonder if... I wonder if on a phone, comparing to other streams, you're a little bit louder. I wonder if we need to dig down, right? I think it might be platform specific. So maybe I'm quieter on a PC and on a laptop versus on a phone or something like that. I don't know. I don't know how Twitch works. I'm surprised you can hear and see me, never mind volume levels. But there isn't a way for me to crank the volume without it sort of being bad on this end. So I can only assume it's Twitch. But thank you very much for helping me, Dayhings. Where they're hiding the Twitch Primes, I don't know. Avgas says, here's a bit of news. One of my favourite streamers has come back on the air, and now a ray of hope has entered my life. I will redirect it towards you. Has Sheila started streaming again? I will redirect it towards you in chat, and presto, things are fixed straight away. Avgas, it just worked. Avgas, thank you very, very much. What a legend. How yous doing, everybody? Cheeky Nandor says, good news, my average mark over all assignments on my uni course is 92%. I'm in good shape to get the grade I need. Yes, Cheeky Nandor. Now, don't fuck it up. Cheeky Nandor, that's brilliant. Eddie, you were having your lunch in the sun? That sounds fantastic. I've not had breakfast or lunch today, so I probably should do that. Most of the Doom weapons were toys, weren't they, and actually photographed. I've heard that as well, Peacoff. It's the FBG. Well, I know what the BFG stands for, so what's FBG? The fucking bubble gun, Funkle? Or the Funklin bubble gun? That's good, Pater Funkle Albert. Welcome in, and how you doing? Henmania says, good news, thanks for your advice on the right to choose. I went to the doctor about my ADHD and autism assessments. All right, cool. Was it via my advice that you'd heard on this stream, Henmania? That's amazing. Subs and gifties are also given 30 days of Crunchyroll. What the fuck is Crunchyroll? I thought Crunchyroll was like a rapper guy. Jelly Bean? No. Crunchy Jelly? An anime subscription. Who is it I'm thinking of? And he's like sort of heavier guy, and he's like crunchy man, Crunchyroll, aye. Jelly Roll, there you go. Crunchy man, the crunchy man that raps. I'll fucking know, man. All of those were correct. They should be. There is a rapper man in America, and he's called Lil Pump. And for a Scottish person, that's really funny. That's all I'm saying. Be rolling, that's good. Roland, I just called him Roland. Dolan, have you ever in a bar rhymed your surname with Roland? Be Dolan. You know what I mean? There's lots of opportunities there. Scroobius Pip, you're good with your words. Well done, Scroobius Pip. That was really good. Guy knows his words. Did I say crunch roll instead of crunchy? I'm so confused, Carivore, with everything that's happened and all sorts of culture and stuff like that. I ended up watching. I'm not sleeping very well recently, and I ended up watching a sort of a YouTube documentary on influencers and stuff last night, and it got interesting. I'll maybe play it on stream at some point. Jam Handler, how you doing? Thank you very much for subbing. Welcome in. How's it going? Have an absolute sub. Good news, ran half a marathon and raised a bunch of money for Parkinson's UK. That's some fantastic news, Jam Handler. Congratulations for raising loads of cash for charity. Absolute dynamite. Well done. Get in. And thanks very much for subbing as well. Beneath Headphones, thanks for 200 bits. And Kate and Big Spud Gun and Gary Black and Super Sausage Fish and JCR Joe, Carivore and Scroobius Pip. Thank you very, very much. Legends. Oh no, I've just hit the chat and now I've lost where I am. Aye, we're here. We're here. How do you know my brand? Dawn, you really need to get weed stuff, a weed sponsorship, 100%. S. Clark says, I did monitors for Lil Pump at the academy years ago. He went out for a walk with his bodyguard and his bodyguard had to tell him off for trying to steal things from the market at St Enoch. He's just a wee kid. Really? I mean, anybody in Scotland is aware. I don't know anything about Lil Pump other than his name. And a pump here means, or it means to have sex with somebody. Does it mean that? Does he know that? You know what I mean? Lil Pump. Really? So he knows that it means fart? Like just a wee fart, a little pump, like a. Because sometimes the small ones are the most devastating. Have you noticed that? Sometimes you'll do one, it's just like a wee full stop. Can't hear it. It's fine. And then, for fuck's sake. Little pump. Hot ones, aye, they're a different breed. I'm not going to get any talking about farting. Well, I just did. But, a great guy I watched on YouTube mentioned how owner of Raw Cones is really great at giving away free stuff for folk who mention him. All right. By cones, are you talking about skins? I think, isn't it? Anyway. Or is cones something else? Raw cones? Dynamite. I'm still trying to get over my emotions after the Outdoor Boys have quit YouTube. Actually gutted. I only found out about the guy because he quit. Do you all know about this? This is just basically the internet news. So there was a guy who looks like this, and his vibe is he was on YouTube and he would do YouTube stuff about camping and like going and camping in places and doing hill walking and it might be dangerous, but he knows what he's doing. Fuck off. News websites are fucked, right? And he was very successful on YouTube, but people started recognizing his children and the parasocial thing got really bad and all that sort of stuff. So he quit YouTube because people that watch him on the internet are a bunch of weirdos. And I was watching this on Twitter, and it was a picture of him and his wife. And they showed this picture. It wasn't this exact thing, but it was both these people. And it says Outdoor Boys has quit YouTube because people keep saying stuff about his family and things, and he's had enough about it. And it was a picture of him and who I assume's his wife. And first comment was, well, a wife that looks like that, who can blame him for spending all the time outdoors? And that there is exactly why he quit YouTube. Do you know what I mean? Like, first comment, upvoted, everybody's like, I'm like, the fucking internet, man. The absolute internet. He must be walking away from, what, What's he making in a week? Probably about 10 grand, 20 grand or something a week. Probably. I don't know, man. So I've only just found out about him. And apparently he makes really good YouTube videos. So I've now just been given access to a massive cache of cool YouTube videos because Rachel and I are looking for stuff to watch. Rachel and I like to watch YouTube if nobody's on Twitch when we're eating dinner. And it's kind of messed up though, because when I'm watching YouTube alone, I'm watching software tutorials or stuff about wrestling that doesn't interest her, or stuff about this, that, or whatever else. So we're looking for like a new communal interest thing to watch. So Outdoor Boys might be good. Sounds a wee bit fash adjacent though, doesn't it? Sounds a bit like Proud Boys, Outdoor Boys. You know what I mean? But it isn't. It isn't that. And that's what happened this week on the internet. B. Dolan says, good news, the labels, so B. Dolan's brand new record label, which is open source in a way, has now got a new logo and name, and I've registered the socials. Also, when I registered glaringtypo.com, GoDaddy immediately asked me if I'd like to create an AI website for a proofreading service. I wouldn't, if possible, use GoDaddy. Don't want to cancel you and call you out for your URL registrar, B. Dolan. But if possible, it would be wonderful to not give them any money for various things. And them asking if you want to create an AI website is just another bit of evidence because of that. So nothing bad will happen because you're with GoDaddy, but you're aware more than anybody else. Every pound you spend is a vote, and I don't think you want to be voting for them for various reasons. But this is exciting, man. So glaringtypo.com now exists. Fucking look at this. What? Glaringtypo.com. Look at that. Look at all these meteors. Drop us a line. I will. Now, if I click here, it might show you an autocomplete box of just lots of personal data. So I'm not going to drop them a line, but I'm going to drop them a line later on. Oops. B. Dolan, well done in getting your website sort of up and running this class, man. Maximum respect. I've got back into websites recently. So I've got a new URL. So I've created, just like Dolan's done there, I've created a website but not actually put anything on it. So I've created 1030.studio, which is a new website, but I've not actually done anything with it because I don't really know what I want to do with it yet. But I was thinking about using Cloudflare or something, Cloudflare Pages it's called, to just have, as long as the website's static, you can have it for free, and all you need to do is pay for the URL. But I don't really know what I'm doing yet. But I've similarly got my head into URL stuff recently, so it's all very exciting. GDad4211, thank you very much for resubbing. Welcome in. How you doing? HWFG, you're a legend. GDad and Mr. K Watkins, thank you very much for resubbing. Welcome in. Good afternoon. How's it going? Right, where are we? So I've only got to the bit in the chat where it says, Kate says, mic sounds off for me. Carivore says, mic sounds beefy and clear. Cool, we'll see how it goes. Oh, I like that other heart, Exeldro. That's cool. It could be gained up a little high, maybe try backing off and see if it sounds better. I'll back you back off. Aye, I will. Maybe I was a bit too close. How's this, everybody? You're supposed to be, what, 2 fists away from your mic? I've heard, but I don't know. It's interesting that people are saying that the microphone was a bit gainy, but then other people are saying it's a bit quiet. So it might be gained and then turned down, like peaking, but turned down. An aggressive compressor? Well, here's the deal. There isn't a compressor added anywhere in the chain. I'm not using a compressor. I just muted my mic. I've got something called ClipGuard on. I've got a low cut filter. Fuck this. I'll play about with this later on, but thank you very much, everybody, for telling me that my microphone might not be brilliant. And Dawn, thank you very much for going to the level of putting on headphones to test out my stuff. Magic String says, I've a bit of good news, got a great deal on a high-resolution oscilloscope and got my scan processor up and running. Magic String, that sounds amazing. I want to, this middle one here is an oscilloscope, and I want to get back into generating images and stuff for it. So that'll be really cool. Right to choose is semi-privatization. I see. So there is definitely something up with my mic then. David Byrne is Fade Dumbarton. Well, I don't know if he would identify as being from Dumbarton, because I think he left when he was like 3 or something. Christopher says EQ on sounded better, but the other thing off was better. Sounds fine. I've just my volume turned up pretty high for you to be normal volume. It's interesting, isn't it? Because it looks fine here. I don't know. I don't know what's going down, man. Oh, I do have, I've just turned my microphone up, so I'm speaking quietly now, right? So if anybody's, is this a wee bit better for folks? I've just turned it up 2 notches, right? But that might then do the gain thing that was happening. Who knows, man? But thanks for letting me know. Then entitlement from these people not willing to turn you up a bit is mind-boggling. Aye, down with Dolan and Kate, 100%. Dolan, you should know that there should be headroom in audio when obviously what I'm doing, I'm just talking shite, I'm talking a load of shite. But I agree, I'm Team Scroobius Pip. Jesus Christ. Your nose skin is still gubs for COVID masks, that's mad. Inovo Keto says, good news, just got back from giving an interview to BBC introducing as my track has been made track of the week. Only uploaded it last week. It's now going on the daytime playlist too. Novo Keto, that sounds dynamite. Congratulations, that's a big thing. That's absolutely brilliant. Gibbs, what's Ventrilo? Alright. I'll have a wee look at Ventrilo. It sounds familiar. Right, here we go. Aye, anyone seen the Duolingo AI news? Couldn't wait to mention it in here. What is the Duolingo AI news? Somebody mentioned it. Scroobius Pip says, I wish you called me a big belter. You can keep wishing, mate. You can keep wishing. Right, let me get to the bottom of the chat because I've got just some like dry factual stuff to update yous with. And I've spent an hour talking about that my audio might or might not be good. But as long as you can hear me. Good audio here, but I'm on with headphones. Cool. On desktop, with both streams open tabs, his is louder, but it could be some Twitch shit. I'm only watching on one stream anyway, probably not worth trying to fix. Well, I mean, I gave it a wee bit of an effort, but we'll see how it goes. Right, everybody, let me get to the bottom of the chat. I'm in the complicated bit of the chat where I had this section of the chat open over here, and when I was looking at the old bit of the chat here, I was looking at the new bit here, but now the new bit is old in this one, and I'm reading about farts and Lil Pump and St. Enoch. Aye, raw rolling paper, wee cones with filters in them so you don't have to roll. Yes. I'm familiar with raw, definitely. I just didn't know raw cones were exactly what we were talking about. I'm on the same page, man. Best piece of advice, keep your kids' pics off the internet. People are fucking weird. 100%, man. On the internet, people are weird. I completely agree with you. I think the internet's the best thing and the worst thing we've ever done. Human Alien says, I didn't get him promoting his son's channel in the goodbye video we did. I don't know anything about him. I didn't see the goodbye video. I just watched the Big Les saga again. I don't know what that is, Eddie. Big Les? Primitive Technology, I'm familiar with them. Quite like a guy that goes on train and cruise trips in Japan and just eats food and sleeps. That sounds good. I'm looking for something like that. I've showed you Route Planner Paul, haven't I? Who's like a Scottish da. And he just drives about like Easterhouse, showing you places. Route Planner Paul. Thank you very much for that. Rhymenoceros, how you doing, Rhymenoceros? Welcome in. Good to see your wee face back on Twitch. Hope you're well. I'm doing wonderful. I'm doing even better now that you're in. Thanks very much for subbing. So this is Route Planner Paul, and I can show you a wee bit of his stuff. I might as well show you his stuff when I'm reading the chat, because it's something for you to watch, something for you to look at. Thanks once again, Rhymenoceros. So if I scroll up here. Oh, right, I've never seen this. Don't drop a line. I did not make this. So has your website already been hacked, Dolan? That's amazing. S. Clark says, your camera looks off to me. I'm para now, man. Everything's... Oh. So there's a YouTube channel that I watch called Route Planner Paul. Turn him down a wee bit. This is a special video for my viewer. Guys. What?
Welcome back to the channel.
Is he quiet for you?
What a lovely day here it is in Glasgow. Temperature at the moment is 18. Yep. Temperatures are starting to rise now. We're hitting into the summertime. Well, in this video, guys, this is a special video. This video is for Maureen Price.
The last time, so this is who me and Rachel watch when we're eating dinner. The last time I showed you this guy's channel, I put his link in chat, and then the next video he made, he said, oh, I've noticed a lot of new people subscribing, so thanks very much for that. And I'm going to take all the credit for that.
Maureen Price.
So thank you if this was you. So where is he?
And what's your son, Danny?
Does anybody recognise this place?
Me. Thank you, Danny, for your email. Thank you very much, buddy. And so in this,
I recognise that for the motorway. That's on the left when you're approaching Glasgow on it. So is the motorway's just here? I know exactly where we are. That's like junction 14 maybe? Ish. And I've been up that road as well. Aye, so the motorway junction bit is just here, isn't it? I know where we are. I know where we are.
Video. This is for you, Maureen. I'm going to go through a wee bit of old memories for you. And I hope this video gives you...
So, for some reason, he's allowed to drive in the taxi routes, but he keeps saying that he's not a taxi. And I think he's maybe like a Google, like the Street View car. I think that's who he is. But he's also got like a dash camera set up.
A wee bit of comfort, some comfort anyway. I know you lost your husband there.
So he's pure doxing this, what was she called? Mary? He doesn't usually do that. But it looks like somebody's messaged in. Right, hold on, I'll skip ahead. Let's get properly into it.
You should put old tenement there. Right.
So he drives about and he tells you where places are and what used to be there. But he's got a very in-depth knowledge of street names and all that sort of stuff. This is what we watch. This is what we watch. So I'm looking for kind of similar stuff. And I think this is, I'm thinking to myself, why am I into this as much? And I think it's because it's just quite comforting. If you're scrolling social media or whatever, you've just got all this bad news, man. Horror everywhere, evil, danger, all of that sort of stuff. You're scrolling your feed, so it's about you should hate this person, or this person did a horrible thing, or these people are in a terrible situation. And I think that's why Rachel and I just dig Route Planner Paul, because there's none of that piss. He's just driving next to the Forge Market car park. Mr. K. Watkins, thank you very much for subbing. Welcome in. How you doing? If you're just joining us, we are watching Route Planner Paul.
Underneath the tenement, if I'm right there, might be wrong, guys. Fielding Street, guys, left and right, you get the Gallagate.
Hold on, I'm going to turn him down, right, just as I can speak to you. John the Human says, good news related to camping. The court has just decided that wild camping is allowed anywhere on Dartmoor after some Tories who own a lot of land try to argue that by law people should have to ask permission and then get denied. Interesting. Very interesting. So what about the right to roam? Is the right to roam thing just in Scotland? Don't know anything about this international English law. Don't know anything about it at all. Got an alert that says big alert. But it's just Argos telling us there's a sale on. Nice one. Big alert. Thanks, Argos. What happened to Argos, man? Dawn says, word, if you whisper me the link, I'll follow up. I forgot what we were speaking about, but whisper me to tell me what link that I should send you, because I've completely forgotten what we were talking about. Oh, I Discord and all of that? Right. Goodness me. I'm going to try and catch up with chat, because I honestly don't know what yous are talking about. Bromo69, how's it bloody going, Bromo69? Welcome in. What's even happening? I've got a lot to catch up with yous on, but I'm going to get to the bottom of the chat first, and we can take it from there. And when I'm reading, you get to see a guy cut about, what area would you call this? I don't know. I'm not overly familiar with this area myself. Is there an overall stream output that's lower? No. Is my mic still low? Is my microphone still too low? 1 2 1 2 1 2. What if I just turn it right up like this? There's something weird happening there. Something weird happening there where it's staying at the same level regardless to how this is set up. Right, I'm going to have to look into that. We'll see how it goes. 1 2 3. Are we doing all right now? 1 2 3. Ventrilo was the way we all communicated on WoW. Oh, aye. Oh, I look at that. Bristol Bar. That's good, isn't it? Glasgow Bakery. There we go. Afghan says, I've been back for a few minutes and now I come back. I find that Hal is very quiet today. And I also think the cam's iris is stuck the way open. Also cannot see Freddy, just my 2 cents. Hal is very quiet. Hal's I don't even know if Hal's working yet. The time's now 14:42. Excellent. I'm only 10 minutes behind in chat. Here, some absolute wank just messaged Radio 2 saying Jonas Blues version of Fast Car is better than Tracy Chapman. Absolutely fuming with this take. Gonzo, I can't help you, but thanks for letting us know. Big Les, I don't know who Big Les is. Hello, Rhinoceros, by the way, welcome in. How's it going? Bowdy says, this is good too. Just a bloke that goes on bus routes in that London. Could do with turning the HDR down a bit though. Not for me. I love cheap HDR effects. So let's get this looked at. London bus route 65. I'm into this. I could watch this. I mean, it's not a Glasgow bus route, but I like his graphics and all of that. That's pretty good. Interesting. Looks like a good 60 FPS. I'm into this. I mean, I don't think I would enjoy it as much as Route Planner Paul, mainly because I'm not really familiar with any of the places, right? But there's been a few times where Route Planner Paul has almost driven past our house, or almost driven past Rachel's work, or almost driven past Rachel's mum's work. And it gets quite exciting on those those videos where he's in an area that you know. You're like, oh my God. Anyway. Dungeon Crawler Carl. I'm unfamiliar with Dungeon Crawler Carl as well. There's a Scottish guy that does a lot of long distance public transport. Roscoe's watched a bit. I think I've seen him a wee bit in Roscoe's as well. I assumed they'd put a GeoCities placeholder up after I bought the URL. No, that's definitely they're trying to harvest data. So if I'm going to fill in the form on your website, Dolan, right? Yo, are you B Dolan? Question mark. Send. So let's see if you find that. Let's see if that gets to you somehow, B Dolan. Thank you for your inquiry. We will get back to you within 48 hours. There we go. There we go. GoDaddy Aero? What's this? Ah, right. Do you know what? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'm getting sucked in. I'm getting lost. Chameleon says, I've got into watching National Geographic documentaries on Disney when having dinner. Watched one about octopuses the other night and it ended up being super interesting. We've been watching a program by the National Trust on how they restore fancy things and fancy buildings. And usually it's like, oh, we have a priceless chandelier in some lord's house thing that you'll probably never get to see, and here's how we clean it, and oh, it's so special and English and privileged and everything. But yesterday we watched an episode where they were in Liverpool and the National Trust has bought Paul McCartney's childhood home that he left to go and join the Beatles. And so I watched a 20-minute thing where somebody was trying to digitally recreate the exact wallpaper that Paul McCartney's mother picked for their living room so that they could create a digital replica to put up in the actual living room so that people could then come and tour Paul McCartney's childhood home. And it was cool to watch. It was quite fun to watch. But on the other hand, I'm like, how have we got so much resources to replicate Paul McCartney's childhood wallpaper? Like, how can we afford this? Why is this happening? Like, on the list of stuff, it's a fun project, it's a noble thing, do you know what I mean? But like, I don't know. I mean, this is a sentiment coming from a guy that's made a bubble robot, right? So it's not as if everything I do has got utility and whatever, but it was a wee bit trippy watching it. Otherwise, quite a good show. But I'm just like, they must make a lot of money out of touring the house or something like that. So they're wanting to replicate it exactly as it was. Do you know what? I don't know, mate. I don't know. I'm going to do this. There we go. I think it's just asking me to favourite people. There we go. But I don't know if anybody's seen that. It's an otherwise interesting show. B. Don says, James, what do I tell my Marxist friends who say AI is part of a capitalist plot to devalue labour completely and replace us all asking for a friend? I don't think that there is an evil person stroking a cat going, oh, everything is falling into plan. Don't know why he's talking in that voice. I think it's a tool to reduce labour, and people are ripping the piss out it, basically. I think that's what's happening. And it isn't even a tool to reduce labour, it's just something that people found. They're like, oh, here, it turns out if we do this, this happens. And then lots of other folk come in and went, right, okay, how can we exploit this, man? I need to get rich quick because everything else is fucked. So how do we take this concept and just rinse it to make as much money as possible? But stuff's getting a bit scary with the old AI business. So nobody has been hired. Okay, I don't know. I was going to start talking about stuff, but everything that I know about this, I've just heard on TikTok. So I'm not going to speak about it because I'm not speaking about it for my own personal experience. So I'm in B. Dolan's fake website, right? And there's a text box and it says, let me know if you have any question. Hi, please enter your question and don't leave out any details. This will help get your question fully answered as soon as possible. Okay. What is a B. Dolan? Thanks, your message has been sparked. Fuck off. Don't pretend that you're going to have a back and forth, but then it's actually just a vehicle to take my name and email address. I was expecting we were going to get a bit of banter out of that, but it never happened. Deary me. Right to Rome is Scotland only. Right, cool. Astonishing Glasgow is very good. Bowdy, thank you very much for the Japan guy. That's brilliant. Been watching a lot of videos of a guy walking about Japan at night in the rain. You don't see anybody. You just hear all the rain. That's very good. Deary me. Hello, Mary Biscuits. Argos can be found inside your local Sainsbury's big store, Big Sainsbury's. Aye, but remember it used to be a separate shop, Argos. And then all the Argoses that used to be Argoses are now just empty. There's nothing like taking them over. Remember there was the whole death of the shopping mall and then retail parks became a thing? I think the next thing is the death of the retail park. Because retail park near me, the home base just shut down. Argos has been lying shut down for ages. And in a retail park, you can't have the money laundering people like American candy companies or whatever. So all these retail parks I think that's the next phase. And what I would say is, why don't we have like an Amazon shop? Do you think it might go full circle? Because you know how Argos used to have absolutely everything ever, right? What if Amazon bought over all the Argos shops and then you'd go to order something on Amazon and you'd get a notification saying you could get this delivered tomorrow, or if you want to just pick it up from your local Amazon shop, you could do that just now. That would be a good idea, wouldn't it? If you're into all of that. I don't know where this idea is coming from. I'm not really, my heart's not in it. Going to be honest, my heart's not in it. Amazing. Not quite the same as Ruplan or Paul content, but I've been elated to see myself on Google Street View. That's cool, Avgas. I've got a mate who was captured on Google Street View and I'm very envious about it. I followed a Google Street View car for a long distance on my bike for a while and I was pure waving at it. And then about 6 months later, I thought, oh my God, I'm going to check Street View to see if I'm on that. And I forgot where it was. So I might be on Street View because I was cycling for a good sort of 10, 15 minutes behind this car, waving and doing all the stuff. And I completely forgot what location I was in. So I might be somewhere on Street View, but I don't know. Rhinoceros says, I got into a National Trust place in England and in Northern Ireland with my National Trust Scotland card. Didn't know that was a thing till I chanced it. That's interesting. Better together. Better together. Look, they were right. There we go. Mary Biscuit says, I would love it if we could use the technology to actually make our lives easier rather than making piles of money. But sadly, here we are. Aye. It's like, you know, any type of activism, no matter what it is that you're interested in, if you've been following it for a couple of years, eventually you realise, oh, it's capitalism is the bad thing. Like if you're into the environment or whatever and you're campaigning for that for a few years, you realise, no, it's capitalism. Like no matter what it is that you're into, capitalism is the one main thing that is making it all rubbish in whatever niche field you happen to be interested in. And I think the same thing is true with AI. You know, the metric for success is making big piles of cash. So any new thing that comes along, people are just going to see it through that lens of how can I exploit each other, or how can I exploit people using this thing? But if our metric for success was different, then I think we could use AI a lot better. I don't know, man. Dawn says, their argument is that capitalists have been trying to figure out how to have slaves again. We do have slaves, they're just abroad, they're just international. I can't remember. I think it was a Blind Boy episode. The Blind Boy podcast is wonderful. Lifesaver, how you doing, Lifesaver? Thank you very, very much for a lovely raid. Welcome in. If you're just joining us, my name's 1030. I go by he, him. And this is my first stream in a couple of months, so I was a wee bit nervous coming in. So thank you very much, Lifesaver, for a big lovely raid. What a legend. Thank you very much for that. What was I talking about there? Slaves? I don't want all these people coming in thinking that I'm talking about slavery. Well, I'm talking about slavery, about being socially responsible and stuff like that. So apparently, I think this is from a Blind Boy podcast episode, and he had a guest on where he's saying that slavery does exist still, and if you're in the West, then you have something like 4 slaves or whatever, the equivalent of 4 slaves elsewhere in the world. And it's down to, you know, people that make our clothes and people that prepare stuff for us or whatever else. So the exploitation still does definitely happen, but it's just through like a couple of layers of international bureaucracy to kind of make it invisible. I'll see if I can find the link and I'll send it over. But if anybody's unfamiliar with Blind Boy podcast, getting about it is fantastic. So their argument is that capitalists have been trying to figure out how to have slaves again since slaves became illegal. Automation and AI are like what they've been waiting for to them. I mean, automation and AI is free labour, isn't it? So does it matter to them if that free labour is done? Well, I say free. It's like massive detriment to the world, like environmentally and everything else. Are they just looking for free labour, or are they looking specifically for slaves? President Muffley, welcome in. How you doing? President Muffley says, welcome back. This is an upgrade to the bubble machine. Feels like I'm playing Doom. It does feel about like you're playing Doom. It's not an upgrade. It's the same bubble machine. I've just repositioned it because it wasn't quite working. But President Muffley, thank you very much for subbing. I hope you enjoyed your bubble blast. Where are we? Thor pointed out the only real money in AI is not consumer-based, but investment and venture capital-based. It's hard to see where it's all going to go. I think LLM models and stuff have sort of hit a ceiling, right? I don't think they can get much better than what they are just now. By basically, like, if your job is entirely sending emails, I think you can quite easily be replaced by an AI agent just now. And I'm not saying that's a good thing, but it is. I don't know, man. Everybody's looking at me like, fix this, and I'm like, oh, I don't know. But I don't know. I think a lot of people who can't afford to hire a full team will now be able to achieve projects that otherwise would have needed a full team. But I hope that people who can afford to hire a full team will still do so. But of course they won't, because that costs more money. So I don't know. The more I think about it, the more I'm positive that some form of universal basic income is just necessary. But I don't know. There was lots of half answers in that, and I forgot what the actual question was. The big thing about the AI buzz is that a lot of it is smoke and mirrors. All this talk of AI coders, like the nuts and bolts of writing code and syntax, is the hard bit. It never was. Accuracy on requirements and giving people what they didn't know they wanted is the hard bit. And pattern matching LLMs are never going to do that. They don't have an understanding of the actual problem and they can't look at it laterally. I completely agree, Chameleon. People were saying that AI is going to replace designers this time last year.
because a client can now just type into a box exactly what they want. And all the designers were laughing because any designer knows that a client has got absolutely no idea what they want. And quite often the role of the designer is engaging in those conversations in order to write a brief, in order to nail down what the actual job is. So I think a similar sentiment is shared there. I think for some stuff, clients will just go straight to AI just to render a thing and get it done and punt it out. But I don't know. I don't know. Google yesterday just came out with all this new amazing stuff. You can generate video and everything that looks incredible. But the more I'm seeing of it, the more I'm just like, all right. But it's messed up. So I don't know if, like, one side of the coin is that it will now empower people who don't have any resources to do things that they otherwise couldn't. But it'll also take people's power away when they're getting paid to do a trade or a craft or write or whatever, and they now can't because their service isn't needed because the client's just using AI. So I don't know, man. I don't know where we're going to go. A lot of small food businesses are slowly opening up in industrial units because the rents are cheaper. I'd love to see some sort of outdoor food court revolution bring life to otherwise dead areas. Aye, Halric TV, that sounds dynamite. That sounds absolutely brilliant. Aye, so for all the AI stuff, at the end of the day, there needs to be somebody typing in a thing to get the computer to do what we need it to do. And maybe through layers of abstraction, the computer will then learn what we are meaning to ask it. But there's so many levels of complication in things now that ultimately a computer will make a mistake and it'll get something wrong. And in most industries, there needs to be liability. Like if somebody does make a mistake and a company loses millions, or the mistake leads to the life of somebody being lost or whatever, there needs to be liability there. And usually that falls upon a person. But I predict there'll be something that happens. AI will accidentally kill somebody or do a thing or whatever. And there'll be a court case where they need to find out who's responsible. But of course, nobody's responsible because they've put all the decision-making faith in a black box that nobody really knows how it works. And it lives on a computer somewhere in California that can read through all the stuff that you're inputting into it. I feel like I'm rambling a wee bit here, but I don't know where it's going, man. Carivore says, weird one, but on an upload of that, "Good morning, Glasgow," on YouTube, some random gym bro guy is claiming to be the one who replied. Really? I've not seen that. It is me. It is me, though. Morning! So if you sample this, morning! That's exactly how I said it. It's my voice. So a lot of people don't know what I'm talking about. It's a... it's a meme video, and I'm in it. It is me. Is this turned up? So I was cycling to work in the West End. I heard a guy shouting, "Good morning, Glasgow." And at that point, my flatmate said, "Morning," in a very particular way. And I replied in the same way that my flatmate replied, because I was on a bike and I was like, "This'll be enough." Didn't see them at the time. Didn't see a camera or anything. But I explicitly remember this happening. This is me. Not here. Yep.
Good morning, Glasgow!
Morning! Sorry, my throat cracked a wee bit there. Morning! Yep.
Good morning, Glasgow!
Morning! It's 100% me. I know, Freddie, I know it is me. You're a good boy, Freddie, aren't you? That's me. If there is a gym bro claiming to be the guy, then I want to hear a sample of the gym bro. I'm not coming in too aggressively because somebody called the person a gym bro, and that implies that they're kind of hench. And if they're hench and comment on a Glasgow video, they might be local, so I don't want my head kicked in. But it's me in the video. Cosmic Muse, thank you very much for resubbing. Welcome in, Cosmic Muse. How you doing? And President Muffley, once again, thank you very, very much. It's definitely me. Where are we? Mary Biscuit says it's very sad because these models can actually do great things in terms of medical and scientific research, churning through loads of data, but we don't make that a priority, although some cool stuff's been done. 100%. See, like I went into the doctor recently and I told him about some stuff and the doctor agreed, literally went over to Google and typed in like a 4-word Google that just wasn't a good search term. It was just like, it might as well have said painful arm. Like, it just wasn't a good search term. The doctor's like scrolling down. Wow, what the fuck's happening here, man? In that situation, I've had better results. I've had a better conversation about various health things from ChatGPT. Like, that's not good. And then things like political decisions and stuff. I can see a world where I might vote for an LLM model to make political decisions. You know what I mean? As long as it's kind of transparent and we can see the logic of it all and stuff. Lifesaver, once again, thank you very much for that raid. You're a legend. Hello, Lama-chan. Welcome in. I'm well behind in chat. Yanis Varoufakis characterises this developing type of capitalism as techno-feudalism. I'm going to check out the work of Yano Varoufakis. Very focus. Thanks very much for the recommendation. How well doing, everybody? Welcome in. It's even happening. Not to be a downer, but there are more slaves now than at the height of the transatlantic slave trade due to population growth amongst other factors. There are more people in indentured servitude, modern slavery now, than there was at any time of the legal slave trade. It's just criminal enterprise now, so it's not visible. It's fucked, isn't it? Oh, Bromo 69, I'm going to be there as well. I'm looking forward to the Blind Boy gig. Where are we? It is just a grift prostate puncher. Starting to think the Timberlake film about time as a commodity might have been ahead of its time. I see what you did there, A Human Alien, that's good. I've still not seen it. My work are looking at using AI for automating mundane processes and very basic analysis to free up resource for other tasks. I do a job and I can absolutely, totally see how I could automate that very, very easily. Involves After Effects templates and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to do it because it's turkeys voting for Christmas, but I'm pretty sure I could create a system in a weekend that could automate about 40% of the work that I need to do for this job. I'm not going to do it though, because I need to pay my rent. Do you know what I mean? But if I can do that, then somebody else elsewhere in the company or outside of the company could look in and go, oh aye, we could easily free up 12 positions there just with this one bit of Python script. Christopher says, it depends, as 1030 said, what lens you look at it through. If you're primarily trying to use AI to make money, you're going to have a bad time. Don't know. I think there are people, there's smash and grab scams that people are doing. There have been a lot of folk that have made money out it, but I think where it'll be most useful is if you've already got a thing that you do and you realise that a lot of that labour is unnecessary now because computers can just do it, then aye. But I think somebody who's like just getting into AI in order to make money, I don't know. I've not really thought about it that way. There's been a lot of services and companies and stuff that are just basically wrappers for ChatGPT. And I've heard that they've made various things, but I don't know, man. I've not really personally thought about it. Like, occasionally I'll make an Arduino program, or I'll write a bit of code, or I need to send an email to somebody that I haven't met in like a pure formal thing or whatever. So I'll use ChatGPT sometimes to reduce the labour of all of that sort of stuff. I'm using it as an assistive tool to help me with something that I'm already otherwise going to be doing. And I'm sure there's multiple industries where that is the case, you know. It's all weird. They will try and get AI to replace Hollywood eventually. How feasible it is remains to be seen. Well, Hollywood isn't exactly what it once was. So there's nothing getting filmed in Hollywood now because of various, is it tax or something like that? The Hollywood stages aren't getting used, so they're using international stages. So there's different stuff that's happening in Hollywood that are suggesting some sort of change is happening. It might be a good thing. There haven't been that many scripts made in Hollywood recently that a lot of people have enjoyed compared to like, or well, maybe I'm just doing rose-tinted glasses, but if AI can help greenlight projects that folk would enjoy, then that would be kind of cool. I don't know anything about all of this sort of stuff, man. Like how different industries can then use that. Most of the sort of pain and exploitation and problems and stuff tend to come, or can often come from poor decisions made by people who are out of touch in positions of power. And those decisions are bad, and those decisions are often can be bad. And those decisions are the decisions that if AI was making them, then the world might be a better place. However, that person who's out of touch in that position of power, who's making the bad decisions, will never concede and allow AI to make decisions on their behalf. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I can see a lot of benefits that could technically, theoretically happen, but the nature of it in a capitalist world where it's just like, let's burn everything, man. Let's just keep burning everything until there's nothing left, and then we'll have all the money. If you put any tool into that environment, it's just going to be exploited, and you know what I mean? Anyway, I think I'm just repeating stuff that I've said a billion times. Anyway, but that's the thing. The project managers have been chasing if we can just formally define the requirements well enough that the computer just knows what to do, and that's just what software is. Software is the formal spec of requirements that instruct the computer what to do. I don't know. It's hard to speak generally about it, isn't it? Because lots of people are using it for different uses, like good and bad. So it's hard to speak generally about it. A computer can never be held accountable for decisions. Therefore, all computer decisions are management's decisions. IBM in the 70s. I think that's what was rattling about my head there, prostate puncher, and I just you've nailed the source of it. We're kind of doomed though, is the vibe into that's the vibe that I'm getting. Cosmic Muse, once again, thanks very much for the sub. Dolan, did you actually receive the website query? Because that'll be funny. So I'm 100% the guy that shouts morning, ain't I? Morning! Mary Biscuit says, I've had that experience. GP Googling my illness and reading out some bullshit article from some alternative medicine website. Aye. I'm not going to go into detail, but the GP might have just typed in sore arm ? Into Google. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? It's mental, isn't it? Yanis Varoufakis is the former Greek Minister for Finance after the 2008 financial crash. Ah, right. Oh, aye, Greece was the only people that imprisoned the bankers or something, is that right? No, Greece is Greece a tax haven? Greece is where rich people go. I don't know when about any of that. Command says, I work for an AI company and the models we use aren't generative, but just do data extraction of documents. And we use past data to predict who the invoice is for and stuff like that. Useful, but not looking to supplement human action. Aye. I mean, there's certain things that I use now, like there's a tool in Photoshop that'll extract somebody from the background. And it just takes one click. Sometimes it takes about 10 clicks or something like that if it's a tricky one. But it totally saves labour. It's absolutely brilliant. I wish we had it during the era, during like Trump's last thing. See, Boris Johnson and Trump have got really shitty hair. And so if you're trying to clone stamp, if you're trying to cut out one of their bodies on a news show, which is what I've had to do for quite a bit, it can be difficult. So I really wish we had that labour saving tool back then. But there are certain uses of AI that is just absolutely fine. Absolutely 100% ethically fine. Other than maybe energy usage or something like that. Deary me. Christopher says, when it comes to generating images, for instance, I think we can agree the market is totally saturated. I mean, I see people on Twitter generating images of Studio Ghibli style. Here's a version of Snoop Dogg, but now he's like a Pixar guy. Do you know what I mean? I'm seeing a lot of that on the internet, a lot of just slop. But then I'm also watching visual effects tutorials where there are people doing, animations or whatever, using conventional means, using 3D software. But then in the background, they need just a photo of a bin or something. And so what they would usually do, like just a prop that's part of a bigger scene that they're composing. So what they would usually do is just search Google Images, find a photo of a bin, cut round it, stick it in this scene that they're making, like a palm tree or something like that. Whereas I've noticed that now a lot of these visual effects bros are just generating background plates using AI. If they want a palm tree to go here, they could spend a long time looking for stock photography, pay £300 for a license for an image of a palm tree, copy paste it, the lighting's wrong. So you need to like dodge and burn and do all the colours or whatever to make this palm tree look good in your CGI sequence. Or you can just highlight it and say generate palm tree and it looks like pretty good. So again, it's a tool. Different people are using it at different levels. Some people are using it to just generate a full image for nothing or for text or whatever. I don't know, man. It is just another thing, isn't it? Kate says, I work for a magazine that made international news due to the influx of AI we get in our slush submissions. People looking to churn out stories to get published and make a quick buck. It's been quite a drain on our resources. Well, that's another thing. See the tools that people use to detect if essay submissions or something has been generated using AI. Usually the tools to detect that aren't actually that good at doing what they claim to do. I don't know. Hopefully all this stuff will sort of die down after a couple of years. But I don't know, man. I've got liquid spilling down my face. Aye, I saw that Chameleon Eye. Definitely. I think they've got a wee bit better than that since. All about the TikTok dramas. I think I might start a TikTok drama. Hello, Mr. Pish. How you doing? Welcome in. Avgar says my mic is good now. Cool. Aye, there seems to be some sort of compression happening over here. No matter how much I turn the mic up, it just stays at the same value there. So I don't know. I don't know what's going down. We do Revolution now. If you want, Dolan, you can do that. I'll wake me up once we're at sort of Phase 4 Revolution, because I'm a bit sleepy and Revolution sounds difficult. It does sound a wee bit difficult. Aye, so I saw a thing. Where was it? I think this is maybe what you're talking about, Lama-chan. Ah, fuck off. I'm on the Washington Post website to try and read a thing and they're just hitting me with this pish. And I just click outside it. I'm not giving you a $5. Chase yourself, man. View more offers. Is one of the offers free? Nah. Absolutely chase yourself. Aye, this is it. Fuck in hell. Right, we good? We good? We're good. So this reading list here was part of like a 60-page insert for newspapers. So it's local newspapers that are all owned by like one American source, basically. You know what I mean? And so they put the same insert into lots of American newspapers. And basically there's a summer reading list for 2025. And it is just like a bit of sort of light entertainment article. Here is a reading list of things that we're reading this year. But if you look at it, there is some like 20 entries here, some similar, and 18 of those, I've just made these numbers up, I forget what numbers were in the original thing, but 18 of these entries don't exist. They have been hallucinated because this entire article has been written by AI, and it's in newspapers, and now a lot of people are reading about Andy Weir. Oh, Andy Weir's got a new book out called The Last Algorithm, this guy that wrote The Martian. My favourite thing of his is a short story called The Egg, which is on the internet. Andy Weir, aye, cool. He's got a new book out called The Last Algorithm, except he doesn't have a new book out called The Last Algorithm. All this shit has been made up. It's been printed in a newspaper, and it's been issued to, you know, potentially hundreds of thousands of people as just fact. So, this here is a problem that's quite easy to spot, right? Because you can just look up Andy Weir. Does he have a book called that? No, he doesn't. Right, well, this is wrong. And we can very easily point to it and say, right, well, this is wrong, right? The information here is factually inaccurate. But for things that are a bit more complicated than just, did Andy Weir make a book called this? For things that have got a bit more nuance and subtlety to it, or things that are harder to fact check, like, I wonder what's already been printed that no human alive knows is factually inaccurate, but it is factually inaccurate. And obviously there's tons of harm that could be caused by that, you know? And what I would say there is the blame isn't on AI. The blame is on a really lazy or overworked or whatever periodical publication editor that should have just paid somebody to write an article. Or at least should have double, like, fact checked the AI article that they got to generate, you know? Kind of messed up, innit? Dawn did actually receive the query. Good. Oh, I Carivora will fill you in the past few weeks, 100%. Iceland imprisoned some bankers and rebounded quick. Cool. I had a sore side yesterday and my wife, who's a witch doctor, said, that's your liver. Was it on the liver side, Mr. Pish? Iceland jailed the bankers and took their bonuses. Amazing, man. Anyway. Where are we? Aye, Cater Cakes 11 Labs seem to be taking up a lot of the AI voiceover work It's kind of messed up. So on 11 Labs just now, 11 Labs is what I use to talk to Stone Cold Steve Austin and David Lynch and stuff like that. Will Lynch even launch? Let me phone up David Lynch. Cammy Ra, how's it going? Welcome in. Thank you very much for subbing. Davey, how you doing? Can you hear me? Davey.
James, hello. What can I do for you? James, is that you? It's like a dream.
What's like a dream? Just talking to me is like a dream. Everything's like a dream to you.
Is it, or is it a dream within a dream?
You're off your head. Listen, I'll speak to you later because there seems to be a big delay. I was going to ask you about AI and stuff like that, but away back to sleep, mate.
Sleep, is that what you call it?
I think David Lynch is hitting a badging. Could somebody check on David Lynch, please? But so 11 Labs, I think I might even have a referral link somewhere here. Aye, there you go. If anybody wants to do evil shit and resurrect dead people's voices, you can use that software that I've just put in the chat. And if you sign up to a paid account, I think I get a couple of quid for it. Anyway, so that service, 11 Labs, can generate AI voice quite easily, and it's only getting better and better and better. And there is a feature, particularly if you've got accents, I have an accent, where you can give it, 5 or 6 hours worth of audio, and it can replicate your voice, but better than the David Lynch one. You need to sign stuff because it replicates your voice fantastically. And then you upload your voice, and anybody in the world can then use your voice to do anything, to sell stuff, to do tobacco campaigns, to do gambling adverts, or anything in between. And that's frightening. But I'm seeing a lot of voiceover actors, albeit on the 11 Labs subreddit, saying that they've done this and they're now making, $1,000 a month or something similar. Completely passively, just through people using their voice on their projects. So now there's a certain type of voice actor or narrator who only needs to do one performance, save it, and then anybody else who uses that save file will pay, and then that money goes back, or some of that money goes back to the original narrator. And it's all just it's a bit mad, isn't it? James Earl Jones, now his voice, he died obviously a couple of years ago. Disney own his voice throughout the universe in perpetuity, forever and ever, amen. And so from now on, that means that they can just bring back Darth Vader. So it's a Star Wars bit. James Earl Jones is the voice of Darth Vader. Disney intends to keep making Star Wars until the franchise becomes unprofitable. Darth Vader's kind of a big deal in the Star Wars universe, but the guy who voiced him's dead. What we're going to do? Going to make an AI Darth Vader voice. Disney paid a lot of money to the estate of James Earl Jones and now is licensed to just put his voice in anything. So what has happened is Fortnite now has a dancing Darth Vader doing dabs and stuff like that you can talk to. And I want to say this accurately. I can't type. I'm so excited. So people have been chatting to Darth Vader in Fortnite, and he's just been saying lots of stuff, racist stuff, slurs, all of that sort of stuff. I'm trying to find the exact thing that he said. So obviously this is people pushing an AI model who thinks he's Darth Vader and he's saying something. But we're now in a world where Disney have resurrected the voice of James Earl Jones, and people on the internet are using it to swear and say slurs and stuff like that. Is it here? Aye, Wired. Fortnite players are already making an AI Darth Vader swear. Others have found more subtle ways to fool the AI into giving problematic responses. On Friday, Epic Games announced that Darth Vader would be returning to Fortnite as an in-game boss, but this time players would be able to chat with him through conversational AI. Ask him all your pressing questions about the Force, the Galactic Empire, or, you know, a good strat for the last Storm Circle, Epic said in its announcement. And people are getting him to say, you know, racist stuff or whatever else. But I'm quite sure that this here is the same thing as I've made with David Lynch. Like, remember one stream, David Lynch was on the precipice of saying problematic stuff about trans people, and I just cut him off. So I think it's the same thing, or a very similar thing that's happening on the back end. But if I was James Earl Jones, I don't know how I would feel about that, man. Don't know. But anyway. Junko Pop says, I use it to get me out of writer's block, but never to generate actual story or dialogue. I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. It is all tending towards a yellow sort of piss filter, isn't it? But I don't know. Hopefully, it can enable a new type of practitioner, the likes of which we haven't seen before, to do new types of work. But I don't know. I think it'll also enable lots of other types of dicks to do evil stuff, but I'm not sure. So someone mentioned in a comment from Facebook, AI learns from real examples, and because AI knows what a giant looks like in ancient times means that they must be real. That's the level of tech literacy that we're working out. I mean, a lot of people are just wrong about stuff. That couldn't even work. That's nonsense. Okay, it is what it is. Everybody's familiar with the dead internet theory, aren't you? About how Facebook is probably all bots just bamming up other bots. Don't know. I think this full thing needs to take a turn at some point, if it hasn't already. Personally, I think AI on top of the hellhole social media is the last thing we need right now in the hands of bad actors. I mean, Mr. Pish, with AI video and AI bot armies, we're in a position now more than ever where it's hard to tell, like, what's true, really. And I think it's only going to get worse. Phase 4 is a powerful Josh, though. Right. I'm not into it then. I'm not into it. I'll just go to my desk job and be complicit. What's the word? Like a subservient. I don't know. I was amazed seeing The Sun want you to pay to not consent to optional cookies. It's fucked, isn't it? Animated Gamer, thank you very much. I remembered there was a website to get me over paywalls, but I couldn't remember what it was. Dear me. Egg, thanks everybody. Thank you very much. What time are we at just now? 24. Getting a wee bit lightheaded there. Sorry, my health in the past month hasn't been wonderful. But I've been doing good today, so I thought I'd stream. But I'm just, although I haven't had any food at all today, so that'll be what it is. But I was trying. I found myself there just in a pocket of thought that it took me a wee while to get back out of. Bowdy, I heard about that as well. AI software will consult libraries that do exist, but they're libraries that exist to sort of act like a Trojan horse, kind of. Don't know, man. But there might be a point in history where if an image was made after a certain date, we just can't trust it, you know? It's weird. Some gonk tried to use an AI-generated lawyer to represent himself in court in order to advertise his AI company. The judge tore him a new one. Mental. Absolutely madness. David Lynch loves these streams. I have instructed David Lynch to explicitly only talk about his dreams, though. So Steve Austin, I think, is a better guy, but he doesn't. I don't know if Steve Austin's set up. No, he isn't. He isn't. Sloppy Endgame says David Lynch was unique. This is a travesty. It is. I don't like the David Lynch thing. You're completely right. I think Steve Austin is fine when I do an AI Steve Austin, because Steve Austin isn't really a real person, whereas David Lynch was a real person. So I don't like doing the Lynch. I get ads where Paul McCartney has received too many PS5s due to a shipping error and has to give 10,000 of them away. Amazing. Christopher, all the very best to you. Disney owned his voice is such a sad statement. It is such a sad statement. It's wild, isn't it? Don't know. I think in terms of creativity, right? See if you're talking over a period of a couple hundred years or thousands of years or whatever, right? You would hear a song in a pub or a tavern or an inn, right? And you were expected to remember that song, and then when you travel a few miles back home to your own local tavern and inn, you could then get a guitar or whatever and go up with a band and play the song that you heard a few towns down, and stories would be exchanged that way. You know, you'd have folk tales and all sorts of different types of art and creativity could be expressed this way. And every time a song or a story stepped from person to person, they would often add their own wee nuances or bits into it. So it would be like a game of telephone, kind of. And this is how a lot of people expressed creative energy for thousands of years. And what's happening is, like, Disney are now just taking, and like the way music is and stuff like that just now. And again, that's what I was talking about earlier about just with capitalism. As soon as it's profitable to have a big song library, you then need to make it illegal for other people to not use those songs. Similarly with stories and all of that. So that notion has got to a point where Disney can now own a person's voice. I just don't know if I'm into it, man. A wee bit weird. Can you grab some to eat real quick? Not really quickly. Can you get a food, please? Nah, I'm all good. Thank you for your concern, but I won't be able to quickly. I don't have anything quick to eat in, which is why I haven't eaten. But I'll be all right. I'm not going to be on for much longer. Loads of my students turning in full AI assignments, no controls in place or way to prove AI use. Can I blame them? But are they actually learning? I love a made-up, non-existent reference, though. I can see two sides of it. It's a wee bit like the calculator paper and the non-calculator paper that you would have in maths. Maybe education needs to change so that, and I'm saying this as somebody that used to be a tutor, I'm very aware of the problems education's got, but to be more hands-on with the educators so that essays weren't necessarily the only, although it depends on what course you're on and stuff. I don't know. I'm really glad I'm no longer in that space. Oh, nice one, Rhinoceros. Am I currently walking along the Clyde with you? That's brilliant. I spotted that, Chameleon. Or we were talking about it in here, maybe. Did you see the AI recreation of the guy forgiving his killer in court? Utterly fucked up. Judge gave the guy more time too. No, I did not, Anna Realtor. So somebody killed somebody else, and then in court, the victim who's dead was recreated in AI to forgive the killer. Who recreated the victim? That's mental, isn't it? I think Bruce Willis sold his voice as well. With his illness diagnosis, he netted like 50 million for his family. I read that obviously because he's unwell the past few years, he's just been getting cash, man, like doing jobs, just doing everything to create like a Breaking Bad essentially, but without any of the crime. Just get enough money. Should we all spam food break for when he gets this far in chat? Nah, I'm all good. It's a wee shame for Bruce Willis, man. Don't forget, you need to fill us in on your juicy personal traumas over the past few weeks. I could do. I don't necessarily have personal traumas, but what's happened? Well, oh, hold on. I've got a wee choo emote. There you go. The family of the victim did it. That's fucked up, innit? If I was a family of a victim and I was going to create an AI recreation of my deceased family member in order to show to the killer, it wouldn't be to forgive the killer. It would be like, oh, you bastard, I'm going to haunt you, you prick. You killed me and now I'm going to haunt your dreams, man. I'd try and like frighten them or something like that. I don't know. Or like a threat. Do you know? You thought you killed me, but I got better. And I'm pure jacked now. And when you're least expecting it, I'm going to show up and I'm going to like, like that. I don't know. But I don't really... The judge signed off on it. Silly shit is going to get the conviction thrown out. It's weird, isn't it? It was supposed to be like the victim impact statement. His sister, I think, said she knows it would be what he wanted, but didn't put words in his mouth. It's like, remember Kanye West for, what's his old former wife's name? The famous one. And her dad was the lawyer guy that was played by Ross Geller in the dramatisation. Who's Kanye West's? Kim Kardashian, there we go, thanks. So 1 year, for her birthday, I think, Kanye West bought a AI video from Kim Kardashian's dead father. So it was the likeness of her dead dad, who was O.J. Simpson's lawyer, I think, but that's irrelevant, saying, all right, how you doing, Kim? It's me, your dad. I'm dead now, but it's just a wee message for the afterlife on your birthday. Hope you're having a good one, hen. It was weird, man, wasn't it? Like a hologram, aye. Don't do that. Don't do that. Just don't do that. If Kanye West has taught us anything, because she divorced him quite quickly after this, if Kanye West has taught us anything, it's to not resurrect your partner's deceased father in a hologram format for their birthday. It's not a good idea. It's a bit of a bad, creepy look. But that in a call centre setup, sorry, call centre, I just read, that in a courtroom setup's kind of messed up, man. I would never talk to that person again. Aye. 100%. I mean, I know the stuff that I'm doing with David Lynch, ethically a bit weird. And I've not done a lot of David Lynch stuff, but I've done it a bit, and then I've realised we're in a bit of a dodgy territory here. So I haven't really spoke to him since. Stone Cold Steve Austin, I don't give a fuck. Stone Cold Steve Austin's like a cartoon character. Games Master's kind of like a cartoon character. But if I was to recreate the voice of a deceased family member and come on stream and speak to them or something, that would be... I don't know, man. Don't know. But that there proves the point, right, that it's not the technology that is evil. It's certain implementations of the technology is evil. 100%. Imagine it was your birthday. You walked downstairs and opened up a thing and there was a hologram of your dead dad. Just get us a Switch. Get us a Nintendo Switch. Don't get us a hologram of my dead dad. Jesus Christ. What's that for, Kate? Fuck off. Really? My God. Kate, thank you very much. Kate says, I have sent you food. We'll be there 50 minutes. It'll make up for derailing. Kate, you really didn't need to do that, but thank you very, very much. My God. Check that out, everybody. Kate has just sent me food somehow via the internet. I wonder what I've got. Absolute legend. Thank you very much, Kate. I feel a bit bad because I could easily just end my stream and go and get some food. But thank you very, very much. I have no idea if you like it. Shall I keep it as a surprise? So I don't know what I'm going to get until it arrives. That would be cool. Kate, thank you very much for doing that. What a legend. Digital Falcon, thank you very much for subbing using Amazon Prime. Here, what if I don't like it though? What if it's something just really mental? And I'm like, oh, thanks. Oh no, what am I going to do? I'm going to have to lie. But you'll be able to tell in my face, won't you? 21 minutes? Fucking yes, man. Digital Falcon, thank you very much for resub and welcome in. How's it going? No food, but have a Prime sub. I appreciate that. I appreciate your Prime sub. Thank you very, very much. Aye, this chat's class. This chat's absolute class. You can't even create an AI-powered facsimile of your wife's deceased father for her birthday because of woke, 100%. Wonder if anyone would put their likeness into the public domain. Well, what I was considering is, remember earlier I was talking to you about 11 Labs and how you can just give it 6 hours worth of your voice and then people can use that voice to do things. I was thinking about doing that with my own voice as a sort of experiment, as an episode of Black Mirror sort of vibe, where just purely for the dystopian novelty of it, I want to upload my voice and my likeness to the server of a private company who will then charge people to use my voice to advertise bullshit to people that don't need or want it. Like, I want a first-hand experience of how that process happens, because it seems like something for science fiction, doesn't it? Kate, thank you very, very much for the food. That is absolutely brilliant. Kate, looking after you because you're not. Well, I wasn't looking after myself for a long time, and just in the past couple of days, I'm getting back into the notion of looking after myself. Thank you to Crooked Fingers. It's good having you back in. I have given you options. Shit, so have you got a lot of food, Kate? Have you bought me a lot of food? My goodness. Thank you very much, Cater Cakes. Prostate Puncher, all the very best in Japan. Hearing ads in your own voice, I think it could be cool. Valdrakian, welcome in. Good pre-evening, 10:30 and all. Hope all is well. What has been happening? What has been happening? So, well, I fill you in of like what I've been doing for the past month or so. So I think Scroobius Pip and I are probably going to do a dedicated stream about this. I don't know if Pip's still in, but a lot of you will remember the whole chat about Pip's film. So Scroobius Pip wrote and was going to be, or well, is basically, we were making Scroobius Pip's film, right? And so he's the writer, director, actor in this film. And we were scheduled to start shooting on the 12th of May. And then in like maybe the week before that, just a series of kind of shite problems came in. And if it was any one of those problems, we'd be able to deal with it, because making a film is just dealing with problems. But enough came through at the same time after a good few other problems that we managed to fix. But enough problems happened in such short succession that was so close to when we'd sort of booked everything to start shooting that we were like, right, let's just step away from this commitment for a wee bit. Because as the shoot date was growing near and near, we realised that we couldn't, in good faith, continue the scheduled shoot date. So I don't know if the film's been cancelled outright. It hasn't been cancelled outright, but the schedule that we were using is sort of been pushed along a wee bit. So various things happened. The locations were a bit of a problem, so the locations kept changing about a bit. There was a big bit where we were filming on a ferry, and the ferry people have been brilliant. Valdrakian's been a big help with ferry knowledge and stuff. But we went to do a recce on the ferry, and we realised the ferry changed, so it's now a different ferry. So we're like, all right, so we devised a way around that, and we solved that problem, and that was cool. Then one of the actors pulled out with about a week and a half to go until we needed them. And they pulled out for legitimate reasons, and that's all cool. But it kind of fucked us up, man. Because they weren't just an actor, they were a contributor as well. So it's not as if we could just sort of replace them with another actor. So, and if just that had happened, we'd be able to fix it. But there was like lots of small things like that that sort of added up to the point where Pip just said to us, listen, let's cancel this current schedule. So we're supposed to be shooting from the 12th to the 20th. Stuff had been booked out, man. People had booked time off work, all of that sort of stuff. Pip's put a load of money into it. And it seems like the right thing to do. The right decision is just like, let's put pause on this, or let's press pause on this for a bit and not do the shoot as we'd planned it, because as we'd planned it, there would have to be loads of compromises. Like, yes, we could get it done by any means necessary, but we'd need to like kind of fuck people about a bit. We'd need to ask the crew to work extra hours, all of that sort of stuff. And as soon as it started getting a bit shitty like that, we thought, right, we don't want to ask anybody to do anything that would be an uncool thing to do. So I think what we're doing just now, Pip has rewritten a big bit that's needed to be rewritten, which is one of the other problems that we had. There was stuff that needed to be I don't want to spoil anything, but the script is really good, but there was some sort of problem solving stuff that had to be done there. So the current schedule for shooting has been postponed a fair bit until we've got a better idea as to how we're going to achieve certain things. So a lot of you wonderful people have supported on Kickstarter, and what we wanted to do was just make the best decision that we could make for the crew. So we didn't want to exploit the crew. We were going to have to do that if we had to stick to the current schedule. We were going to have to exploit the crew. So we made the decision to not do that because we want to do right by the crew. And for anybody who's donated on Kickstarter, if you check your emails, for anybody that wants to, there is now a refund option. So I've got like a Google form set up. For anybody that's chucked his cash on Kickstarter, there's a process. Unfortunately, on Kickstarter, you can't just hit refund. You need to individually organise a refund for every single person who wants a refund, which is fucking brutal. So still got a load of work to do in facilitating all of that sort of stuff. So I was feeling quite gutted about all of that. Like, I was up for just pushing through, right, let's stick to the schedule, let's, come on, we can make it happen. Filmmaking's about compromises, let's go. But as more and more stuff happened, we realised, right, that was a bit an unrealistic thing to expect to be able to do. So for the time being, it's on hiatus, but the shooting of it is on hiatus, but other work is still keeping going in the background. And there's such a short window that we can shoot in because it's quite ambitious. A lot of it is outside, or, you know, it's filmed outside. And so there's only certain time frames that we can get away with doing that. And so everything's just like a series of problem solving and try to make the best decision at any given time. And the best decision that Pip made a couple of weeks ago was just be like, right, let's sack this. Let's sack the current plan to shoot just now, and we'll postpone it for a wee bit. It might even be next year before we can physically shoot it again because of that's such a tight window. But hopefully not. We'll see how it goes. But so it was a wee bit gutting because it was a big bit gutting because for 2 years I've been working on this film to the point where everything that I can see, I'm closing my eyes and thinking, oh, I need to do this task for the film. Like I'm looking around me just now, money. I needed to make lots of fake money. Like I needed to detail the inside of the van. I've got Kickstarter redemptions. Like everything on my to-do list or everything that is in my house really for the past 2 years has been to do with this film. And in the 2 weeks before Pip decided to postpone it, felt like a bit of a roller coaster because we're making like big decisions and getting used to them and then realising, right, that doesn't work, we need to now do this. Like, right, okay, so I'll get used to that. And now that's not working, or this has changed, or that's changed. So it's like big decisions that you need to just get up to speed with quite quickly. And then the final big decision is like, no, we're not shooting after all. And so it just kind of mashed and mangled my head a wee bit. And everybody, it made me sad. I'm going to be straight up with you. Made me a wee bit sad. And so I was feeling a wee bit sort of sorry for myself, a wee bit depressed. Like, in order to work on the film, my day job stuff is all upside down. I had money concerns, all of that sort of stuff, because I've not been on Twitch because I've been working on this film. But now if we're postponing the film, like, how am I going to pay my bills, man? You know what I mean? Because all that Kickstarter money's still sitting there. I've not had a penny of the Kickstarter money. So, and also, it was a bloody amazing film that I've put a lot of effort into, and I really wanted this. I wanted to watch the film, and the only way to watch the film is to make it first, and then we get to see it. So, it's been a wee bit rubbish. However, then Rachel's dad Rachel got a wee bit of bad news. Everybody is fine. Everybody's fine in this story that I'm about to tell you. So as I'm all like sad, man, in the house, just like, my film is not working, boo-hoo-hoo. Rachel's dad basically works at Canny Docks, Rachel's dad. He works in a mechanic place, right? And there's a very, very, very large industrial vehicle. And him and 3 guys were inside like a machine. There's a moving part on the inside that does some specialist industry stuff. So there's like a big blade thing that comes down on the inside of this. But it's kind of like a bin truck sort of vibe, right? And there's a blade that comes down to macerate all the stuff on the inside. So Rachel's dad and 3 other guys were on the inside of this thing trying to fix it because it was fucked. And so one of the guys was working away and he got hydraulic fluid in his face and just like, whoa, fell backwards. But because he fell backwards, this other thing, I don't understand the geography of this. I've heard this story multiple times. I still don't understand the geography of what's going down. But this other thing, a big metal blade, fell down and pinned a very young co-worker, like a wee colleague. He's fine, but it was really bad. So Rachel's dad and some other guy called Callum were lifting up this thing, and they were saying that the bit of metal is like half a ton. So obviously they couldn't possibly lift up half a ton of this thing, right? So it was on some sort of hinge or something, and they were just picking it up off of this boy. I say boy, 16-year-old colleague guy. And so the blade was like on his torso. And so I think he's got something like 7 or 8 broken ribs. And that's the only injury out the full thing, out of everybody. I mean, 7 or 8 broken ribs is a big deal. It really, really is. But compared to what could have happened, you know, but the story is so Rachel's dad, because he works on motors and stuff, right? Vehicles. He's a mechanic. He's like a man's man sort of guy. No bullshit, no messing about. He's a great guy. However, that's a lot of bullshit to have to like go through and stuff. So apparently, like the wee boy was like, literally screaming like, "I don't want to die" and shit like that, as Rachel's dad's putting his own life in risk by holding up this giant bit of machinery. And he was saying the guy was making like really frightening like gurgling noises and stuff like this. So I think he was a bit like justifiably traumatized about it all, and then the CID are investigating it because potentially this could have ended this young guy's life. So there's all the pressure of all of this and everything. So he feels a lot better about it now. Everybody knows that it was the mechanism that was at fault and not any action that anybody had done. So nobody's getting sacked, nobody's going to jail or anything like that. But for a couple of days, that was maybe the vibe of like, right, who's responsible? Oh, like terrifying stuff. So I had a wee bit of hard time getting to sleep and stuff like that. But for me, that happened like 3 days after Pip ended the film. And when Pip ended the film, for me, it was like a big loss, man. I felt it behind my belly button. Felt like getting dumped or something like that. I'm just like, oh, Jesus, this is all I've been thinking about for 2 years. What the fuck am I going to do now? Like, fuck. And then because of hearing the story of Rachel's dad, it was amazing, man. It instantly just put everything in perspective. And I was just like, all right, well, thank fuck that all I've got to worry about is like, oh, a wee film isn't going to get made anymore. Meanwhile, this guy sitting here is potentially traumatized for the rest of his life because he was the only person preventing his co-worker from dying. So that sort of sobered me up a wee bit. Do you know what I mean? Steph, how you doing? Thank you very much for subbing. You're a legend. Thank you very much. Because as much as I was sad about this film, it just put stuff into perspective a wee bit. I'm like, all right, aye. Are you all right? So went over, we visited him. I want to tell you, because of prep that I've done for the film, I don't want to spoil the film, right? Obviously, because we're still going to make it. But because of a lot of prep that I've done for the film, I'm appearing in the film, right? And I'm telling a story from my own life in this film. And because I've had to rehearse that story quite a bit, sorry, I can't tell you exactly what it is because I don't want to spoil the film, because one day you're going to hear me in this film tell the story, right? But it happened to be a very good story to tell Rachel's dad at a point where he might be thinking about counselling, or he might be thinking about different things. And as luck would have it, I was able to apparently tell a story that was quite helpful at quite the right moment for it to be shared. I wish I could go into specifics. I can't. I'm sorry. And so without the film, I wouldn't have that as sharp as it was. And I think some good happened because of that. And then what else happened? There was something else happened that wasn't a big deal, but it was just a bit pish. And then yesterday I've got a phone call that my uncle took a heart attack. So my uncle's in hospital currently. And that's a bit shit because he's like, what, about 2 years older than me? I come from a big family of shaggers, right? So my granny and grandpa were still at it when my parents were at it with me. Come from a big family of shaggers. My mum is one of 7, and I think my dad's one of 11 brothers and sisters he had. Come from a big line of shaggers. And anyway, so no, the point is though, my uncle is in hospital, and so we're a wee bit worried about all of that. Chrissy, how's it going? Welcome in, Chrissy. Good to have you back. Sorry to hear about all the shit. It's not really, it's just factually, here's what happened. Chrissy, thank you very much for subbing. How's it going? Sacinda and Stevja, thank you very much for subbing, everybody. Behind your belly button is Wise Mind, I think. I need to check my handouts. Aye. Dolan, could you see if there's like a wheel or some sort of inverted pyramid diagram? I need a diagram to explain what I'm currently thinking. So if you could consult your pamphlets, thank you very much. So I'm very gutted about the film. I really, really am, because it's all I've been speaking about to anybody for about 2 years. I'm looking back at like weddings that I've been to or nights out that I've been to, and my entire chat has just been about, I'm working on this film and it's going to be good and it's great and we're doing this for it and I need to solve this problem and so-and-so is going to be in it and this is going to happen and this. And it took a long time for me to not automatically be thinking about it when I close my eyes or when I'm waking up or whatever. So it's a bit of a pisser, man. I'm quite annoyed. However, there's a fly cutting about. I'm just watching this fly. However, I think it's the right thing to do. And I think the film still will exist eventually in a better form than if we had just sort of ploughed ahead. And I suppose that's one of the benefits of doing it as an independent thing. See, because we're not doing it for a studio or whatever, if we get so close to the filming date and we realise, wait a minute, the vibe isn't right, this isn't right, we can, because we're independent, go, nah, let's just pause this for a bit until we can do it properly and we can do it perfectly. If we were doing it for a studio or something, the show must go on bullshit would have kicked in and we would have a deadline, we would need to do it and we'd need to get it across the line. But as it currently stood, making the film, that would have involved like the exploitation of crew. And we don't want to do that. Fuck that, man. Absolutely fuck that. So the film's still happening, but we're not shooting it right now, which we were supposed to be shooting right now. And because it's funded on Kickstarter, if anybody wants a refund for that, anybody that's chucked his money on Kickstarter, check your email. There should be a way of doing that. I think early on the form wasn't working correctly. It's now working. So, but the film's still going to happen. It's just not happening right now. But my God, see some of the stuff that happened. Oh, it really hurt my brain. It really, really hurt my brain. So then I think there was like a big period of just recovery after that, of just catching up on sleep and stuff. I haven't done all-nighters for about 10 years, but on this film, without even being near a hand in or whatever, I think I've done about 3 all-nighters. And so we got to a point where like, fuck this right now until we can do it properly. So hopefully that'll maybe be the start in next year. But we'll see how it goes. So I'm still waiting to find out about my uncle. So I don't know. I've not had any texts today or anything. Carivore, that'd be a great thing. B Dolan, are you still in? B Dolan, I found a rapper, mate. Does anybody have any questions about Kickstarter obligations, Scroobius Pip's film, any of that sort of stuff? before I move on. I think I'm going to get Pip on the stream to just talk about it, to have like a debriefing of like, are you all right? Because Scroobius Pip, man, he put his life and soul into this for at least the past few years and had to be the guy to tell everybody, nah, we're putting it on pause for a wee bit until things are in order. You all should do that in PUBG. Aye, man. I think so. Or something. That's not true. I've spoken to you about weed way more than the film. You have, aye. 87 Roll Duke says, this is rubbish news. I had to do work stuff for most of the stream, so only just discovering this news. I've only started talking about it just now, 87 Roll Duke. Respectfully, keep my money, please. So for anybody who doesn't want a refund on Kickstarter, because the film's still getting made, right? All the money's still just sitting there. Pip hasn't spent it on Bitcoin or anything like that. I'm certain of that. For anybody who's given money and doesn't want a refund, please still fill in the form, because there's an option on the form that says, I don't want a refund, use are fine. So anybody who has given money to the project on Kickstarter, if you haven't already, check your email. There should be a form or something there. Should also be on the Discord as well, and let us know how you want us to proceed with it. I'll be ready whenever needed. Hopefully the mull is back by then and working properly too. Amazing, Valdraken. Thanks very much for all the help, Valdraken. And Rhymnoceros as well helped us out in the project. Dolan has helped us out on the project. Loads of folk in here have been really sound. Hello, Dando. Speaking of folk that are helping us out in the project, Dando, this is the first stream back that I've done since the film got cancelled, and this is me only just talking about it. So welcome in. How's you going? How you going? I've been looking at Big Love. We should play Green Hell together. It's a fucking shit show. Aye, I'm into it. I don't know what it is, but I'm in. Green Hell. Remember that Brainstorm? Or what was the other one? Green Pudding or something? Green Pudding. Brainstorm. Is it Green Giant? No. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? An audio illusion? He'll be shite at it. It's so funny. Oh, it does not look like my type of game. But if it's £7, here, who wants to watch me play this with Dando? And potentially others? Is it 2-player? Is it a crowd? Is it survival and you're in the woods? Fuck, look at this low-res image. Uh-oh, I think that's 2 seconds, everybody. I think that's my food arrived. What's that? Kate got us at Greg's. How class is that, man? Thank you very much, Cater Cakes, for getting us 2 bags worth of Greg's. Who wants to see what's in my Greg's bags? What a legend. What an absolute legend, Kate. What an absolute legend. Brainstorm, so it was Green Needle. Guess who's in the room now that he knows that there's Greg's on the go? Where are you? Hiya, big man. Do you smell the taste? Oh, and the wee dog as well. Wee dog in the background. Jesus Christ, you can't go wrong with Greg's. Hiya, everybody. How you doing? Well, we'll see what Kate has got us. Shall we? She's. You should have seen Pepper's face there. She was just like, please, can I have some food? Oh, man, this is loads of amazing stuff, Kate. Listen, we don't need to guard the Gregs. Fred's getting a bit growly. He's like, I want the Gregs. Kate, this is incredible. Thank you very much. Oh! And a wee bottle of Iron Brew as well. A wee bottle of Iron Brew as well. Cater Cakes, thank you very, very much. Right, let's see what we've got. Let's see what we've got. We have... Freddie's licking his lips. A sausage roll. Oh, did you get a wee dropped bit? Is this a regular or a vegan sausage roll? Because I really, really enjoy the vegan sausage rolls. And I think this is one. It's a vegan sausage roll. Right, let's see. It's good. Because Llama and Dolan are in, I remembered to mute the eating noises. Because, you know, I'm a responsible, ethical streamer. What I will say is, it's good. And it's very hot as well. Very, very hot. Will I give a wee bit of vegan sausage roll to dogs? Just get the innards bit and no pastry, right? Just because that seems better for you. Right, will we do Fred first? Yeah, and then we do Pipper second? Yeah, good guys. You didn't bang your nose there, did you? No, we're all good. The doggies have had their tax. A hot Greg's unheard of, 100%, man. Right, what should we do though? Because usually in a situation like this, I'll just lock eyes and I'll do that and I'll sit here and I'll eat all my food while staring down the lens. But I don't want to. Is there anything maybe topical? Oh, Luna, get the vegan sausage roll. It's good. I'm not vegan or vegetarian or anything. I genuinely prefer the taste of a vegan one. The Shagger guy. This is it. This is it. So, I first encountered this guy on Roscoe's stream, and then the next day, all my my group chats were just filled with this laddie, who I believe lives quite close to me. So I don't really want to say anything bad about him, but I've researched his uploads enough to confirm. Oops. I've researched his uploads enough to confirm that he's legitimate. Like, it isn't a comedy character or anything. So I'd like to just show you an independent artist from the Lanarkshire region. Oh no, my headphones are tangled. And I'm going to show you this without comment. 2 wee seconds. I can't get my headphones undone. And we will watch and we will consume this when I'm consuming a sausage roll. Does that sound good? Right, let me get to the bottom of the chat over here. Aye, Luna, get a vegan sausage roll and let us know how you got on. So here is a song by Scottish hip hop, a guy called Adzy Boy, right? So this is culture. There's a bit of culture I'm about to play for you here. Adzy Boy, take it away.
They call me Shagger, cause I always shag her. Black, white, big, small, as long as she looks fire. Curves in the bikini, she's the baddest with the ass down the pleasure beach, you best believe I always back her. They call me Shagger, cause I always shag her. I see her looking when I walk in with that swagger. Her knees go weak when I talk that Scottish grammar. Driving for the beach so we can cuddle in my scratcher. I fucked here, fucked there, fucked everywhere, but you don't care. I'm weak for that derriere. Shit so sleek, I swear my heart skip a beat. When we pass in the street you get 'em little rosy cheeks. Now let's get serious for a minute. I'm looking for a time and a place that I can hit it. No need to overthink it, I'm not looking for commitment. I hope you know your ass is top of my wish list. I'll sprinkle it with white stuff that I purchased from my riches, or I'll get the oil, help it shine like some dishes. This is special treatment for no ordinary bitches. Either way I'll clean it all up when I'm finished. So what you say, missus, would it help if I bought flowers? I know I
Is this an extended version? Because I don't remember certain bits of this. Ray, how you doing, Ray? Thank you very much for subbing using Amazon Prime. What a legend. Welcome in, man. How's it going? If you're unfamiliar, this is Adzy Boy. Let's listen to the second half.
a real special place that's empty after hours. The sound of seas splashing whilst their bodies be thrashing. Your lungs will be gasping but it'll be smashing. They call me Shagger, cause I always shag her. Black, white, big, small, as long as she looks fire. Curves in the bikini, she's the baddest with the ass down the pleasure beach, you best believe I always back her. They call me Shagger, cause I always shag her. I see her looking when I walk in with that swagger. Her knees go weak when I talk that Scottish grammar. Driving for the beach so we can cuddle in my scratcher. Sandstone in the ass crack like a bomb bag. But round two is coming to you, girl.
Sandstone in the ass crack like a bum bag. I think it's so long, man.
Like a bomb bag, but round. Driving for the beach so we can cuddle in my scratcher. Sandstone in the ass crack like a bomb bag, but round two.
What is that bit? What's he saying there? Sand.
My scratcher. Sandstone in the ass crack like a bomb bag, but round two is coming to you, girl, regardless. We have so much energy they'll struggle to discharge us, lacking in the chemistry, but that is not our purpose. This is one night only and it's gonna be the best, bitch. I'll live to tell the story of how I smashed the exit. Then we'll fall apart like the EU after Brexit. I'm not being petty, I'm just being realistic. For now, let's stick to the plan. You better drop the towel, lay it down on the
I love how he just forgets the words and it's not synced for like a lot of the shots now. He's just been like,
Dan, I will be the drummer and I'll bang on the ass. As Aloe Black said, I'm the man, I'm the man. So you can tell everybody all about my sexy body, and I will kid on you regardless. The pleasure beach is always flawless. They call me Shagger, cause I always shag her.
this does sound and look like a slightly different upload than I remember. See all the shots where he's like on the rocks? I'll remember them. I wonder if he's re-edited this. I'm going to look at the date on the upload.
Shag her, black, white, big, small, as long as she looks fire. Curves in the bikini, she's the baddest with the ass down the pleasure beach, you best believe I always back her.
Did you see over there? That was the drink that he had in the... See up here?
Always back her. They call me Shagger, cause I always shag her. I see
I don't remember that shot either, and I've saw this video a good 4 or 5 times now.
her looking when I walk in with that swagger. Her knees go weak when I talk that Scottish grammar. Driving for the beach so we can cuddle in my scratcher. They call me Shagger, cause I always shag her. Black, white.
So you might think, right, this is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous track, bad, whatever. However, this time tomorrow, you will be singing to yourself. They call me Shagger, call me Shagger. Right? I want to show you one more track of his. Which tonally is just a completely different thing, right? So for the same guy, but check out how much of a different tone is on this. And there's a lot of stuff to unpack on the lyrics of this one. Turn it down a wee bit, right? to say, I don't think he's taking the piss at all.
Promise you'll lay here beside me, my love.
Why is he out of focus? First shot of the lyrics and she's in focus and he isn't.
Me, my love.
And I don't think that's for creative reasons.
Promise you'll stay when I fuck this shit up. Promise you'll not leave when I'm at my worst.
Promise you won't leave when I fuck this shit up. Immediately after they call me Shagger 'cause I always shag her. There's a lot to unpack in these lyrics, right? Let's just go back a wee bit, right? Pure victim. Oh, what a wee victim he is, man, because sometimes...
Promise you'll not leave when I'm at my worst. Promise forever, babe. You know.
Promise forever that you won't leave no matter what I do. Is what he's asking. No matter what I do from now on, just promise that you will never leave. Even if I do bad stuff, which I'm going to do. Right, nice one, mate. Let's listen to the first verse.
Babe, you know, I know, without you I can't cope. You steer the boat when OCD has me broke. Sadly, no joke, reduce the stress that I invoke. When I hit my low, I bring you down to my level. Promise you'll lay here beside me, my love. Promise you'll stay
Fucking tune though, isn't it?
when I fuck this shit up. If I change, say that you will keep holding on. I know I'll be back in a minute. Promise you'll lay here beside me, my love. Promise you'll stay.
I love just how much she's just been used as a prop as well. She doesn't really look as if she's into it. She must have been through a lot of bullshit, man. Oh, poor woman.
When I fuck this shit up, promise you'll not leave when I'm at my worst. Promise forever, babe. Words can't describe how I feel in my mind. You made me a father, a blessing in this life.
You made me a father. Listen to this bit, man. Her fault. You made me a father. There's a lot in that, a lot to unpack for the 5 words. You made me a father.
Feel in my mind, you made me a father, a blessing in this life. What I enjoy the most, more than music, is the times I get to make them smile, feel the love from deep inside. After the third, you thought it was your time, wheeled away for surgery, leaving me behind too.
So after the 3rd child, you thought it was your time, meaning she thought she was going to die, wheeled away for surgery, leaving me behind. What, man? He's a pure victim.
Behind too, watched the baby, it was crazy, wasn't sure what not to think.
You wheeled away from surgery, leaving me behind to watch the baby. It was crazy, not sure what not to think. There's something beautiful about this, man. Also, see, this shot cuts between her sitting there and him delivering it to her, but he must have fucked up the second half of that take, or she had enough and did actually leave him. So he just delivers it to the camera. But like, listen to, there's a lot just packed into about 20 seconds here.
A blessing in this life.
Oh, done before that to get the first bit as well.
Words can't describe how I feel in my mind. You made me a father, a blessing in this life. What I enjoy the most, more than music, is the times I get to make them smile, feel the love from deep inside. After the 3rd, you thought it was your time, wheeled away for surgery, leaving me behind too. Watched the baby, it was crazy, wasn't sure what not to think.
Wasn't sure what not to think. I'm not sure what not to think myself, if I'm going to be absolutely frank with you. I'm not sure what not to think.
But here you are, strong as ever, so please, promise Promise you'll lay here beside me, my love. Promise you'll stay when I fuck this shit up. If I change, say that you will keep holding on.
QTV is not satire. I've watched enough of this guy. He's just like, see that there? That's him, man. I've extensively looked at all his shorts, all of that sort of stuff. This is the guy, man. This is all you're getting. Seriously.
I know I'll be back in a minute. Promise you'll lay here beside me, my love.
Exactly, Mary Biscuits. Maybe don't think about how you had to look after your own kid when your partner was sick. It's interesting, isn't it? It's interesting. The sentiment that he's choosing to express via the medium of Scottish hip hop.
Promise you'll stay when I fuck this shit up. Promise you'll not leave when I'm at my worst. Promise forever, babe.
Promise forever that you'll never leave if I do something mental again, which I'm going to do. I'm the shagger guy. I've got a top knot in. But when I do something mental, promise that, like, just from now on, could I just have carte blanche to like, be a cunt? Is that okay? Fair play to the guy. That's what I'm going to say. See, if I met him in Sainsbury's, I'd run up and I'd get a picture. Because I think it is inspirational that people are making stuff, right? And it's maybe unfair for me to sit here and point at this, but I've not really said anything. I just think you should see this. If I've had to see this, you should see this. So there we go. That's Adzy Boy. Let me have a wee look and just see if there's anything else that you need to see of this guy before we move on to something else. What I will say is I got a wee fright when I first saw that because his partner in that music video looks a lot like somebody I know called Carrie Corbett. So you might know Carrie. She was on Shameless. She's been in River City, different stuff. Cool actor person. And for half a second, I thought that was her. See, when she came in at the start? Because Carrie's got like quite a good career and stuff. And so I was watching this for the first time and I got to hear and I was like, oh no, somebody help her. I was ready to phone her up and I'm like, I don't know anybody, but I'll get you in something if you're struggling for work. But it turns out she is a different person to her. But she looks like her a wee bit, but I got a fright. I'm like, oh my God. Anyway, also, just looking right at the camera, man. Just looking right down the lens. Just looking right at... And I'm not going to say anything against her because she seems to be like a pure saint. So, anyway, I won't say anything against either of them. Well done in creating a tune that has stuck in my head for a long time. Oh, I've not seen that. Let's Go, an official music video. I've not seen that. But I think we've got to maybe the best ones. Maybe that one and that one. Do you want to watch some more, everybody? Edinburgh. Right. Got you. No, it makes sense now. Makes a lot of sense now. Oh, nothing. No, I'm just... No, it's just noticed that it was in Edinburgh, that's all. No, I'm not saying anything. Said nothing, I just said it was in Edinburgh, that's all I said.
What you doing with that? No, seriously. What you playing at? Get that to fuck right now. Don't be so fucking stupid. Let's go. I'd only murder a man using my bare hands. I don't need no weapons, I'm not a scared man. There's no need to look back, this is God's plan. I be who I am, I be who I am.
I be who I am. I be who I am. He be's who he is. Fucking hell, man. Fred's growling. Fred, are you growling? Where are you, Fred? I can't even see you. Fred's pure feeding off my anger towards this guy saying I be who I am.
If I carried a gun, I'd blow your brains out. My pocket knife would serve me life, there's no doubt. So when leaving...
He's not hard though, is he? He just isn't hard.
My house I don't take now. It helps me calm down. I'm feeling great now. Yes.
Imagine you did get your head kicked in off of somebody, right? Brutal. Pure, like, scary guy. Oh my God. A scary guy. Do you know big Jonathan Gilchrist? Was it? Jonathan Gilchrist? No. I've just made that name up. See if there's a guy called Jonathan Gilchrist. Don't stab me, right? Jonathan Gilchrist said, aye, he's here. A guy like that, a guy to just be feared, man. Imagine you get your head kicked in of a guy like that, and then somebody says, oh, he's got a YouTube career as well, and you went on and you looked at his video and...
I be who I am. It is ADZ from the Scotland. I speak the truth, you all think I need a CAT scan. Why? Because the voice inside has got my brain fried. But it doesn't hold me back, I go on my stride. Never looking for trouble, that isn't my style. Don't mistake this for weakness, you know I get wild. If you push me too far, a self-defense trial. Stay away from situations that seem hostile. Do not partake in shit that's destroying your smile. Life on earth is for a short time, not a long while. So drop your inventory and remove it from your story. I'd only murder a man using my bare hands.
I mean, do you know what I mean?
I don't need no weapons, I'm not a scared man. There's no need to look back, this is God's plan. I be who I
Dando, are you familiar with Adzi Boy?
am. I be who I am. If I carried a gun, I'd blow your brains out. My pocket knife would serve me life, there's no doubt. So when leaving my house, I don't take now. It helps me calm down, I'm feeling great now.
When I leave the house without weapons, it helps me calm down and I feel great now.
Okay, you be who you are. Though
I be who I am, I
doubt you want to spend your life behind bars. There's a misconception weapons make you look hard. But to safeguard your life, you need to disarm. I remember a lyric I heard on Paper Trail, and I can't reconstruct it in a better way.
What's Paper Trail?
So don't let your emotions overpower your intelligence. Every life is precious, so stop treating yours with negligence.
Credit to the guy, man. He made it. He made it. He's prolific. He uploaded it. Thousands of people are looking at it. Fair fucks to the guy. Do you know what I mean? Who Am I was inspired by the gun and knife crime that continues to be widespread across the UK. I mean, it's a hip hop tune about disarmament. So that's something, isn't it? Right, last one, and then we can move on. Very last one, we can move on.
Yo, this song's about reaching out to people, keeping in touch. It can make a difference.
Just need a wee minute, man. That was funny. Okay.
Please believe you helped me, please.
I like the beat on this one. I've not heard this one. This is a reaction video, right? This is a reaction video. I've not seen this one at all.
Please believe you're helping me. When I fall down to my knees, bad habits take control of me. Please believe you help.
Where exactly are you then? West End. Next to Queen Margaret Drive. This looks like, what's it called? That pub? Oran Moor. And I think the old BBC building's like up here somewhere.
Help me,
Might be wrong though.
please believe you're helping me when I'm low and
That doesn't look familiar though, I don't recognise that.
I retreat. You lift me up so I succeed. Please believe you're helping me. When you call it, help me realise that I'm not alone in this world. No, not at all. How I feel, it's highs and lows. Do I think I'll outgrow these feelings as I get?
Again, just not in focus, man. The tree is in focus. In fact, I'm not going to say anything about the video production because I might know whoever was unfortunate enough to put this together.
Older, I guess nobody knows, but trust me, every time you down my buttons, every time we have discussions, I have something to focus on. I don't feel like nothing. I appreciate the effort that you always put in. Please know I also want to phone, but
What's happening, mate? Want to grab some beers?
I can find the strength, and I'm grateful that in spite of all this, you never do take offense, despite my inability to help make plans. You may think I'm being selfish, or maybe I'm a prick, but the truth is when I overthink it, the less chance there is that I'm gonna send a text, that I'm gonna make a call. My head's a bubble that expands with anxiousness is about to pop. I'm lost for words, you're the fucking best. I hope the friendship lasts forever till the fucking death. Please believe you helped me.
Anyway, you get the idea. And I think this is cool, man. I think this is cool. This is a guy with some ideas. And he's expressing it via a medium. Do you know what I mean? But I just thought it would be appropriate to let yous also see that. Because it's something, isn't it? My God. Imagine his live shows, this followed by Shagger. Aye, back to that one again, and then Shagger to close. I really like the juxtaposition between promise. Please don't leave me. Promise you'll never leave me. Listen, I know I'm bad and all of that. Just promise we've got Wayne's, all of that. Between promise and Shagger. Some for everybody, man. Some for everybody. Fucking hell, man. Mary Biscuit says, this guy means well, but he's also undeniably hilarious. There's something about him, isn't there? I don't know if I should speak about him too much on my stream because I'm quite sure he lives just like there. Looked at a lot of his shorts. I wouldn't watch his shorts if I was you. But I really enjoy when I find a new guy. Spotted this and immediately I'm like, Rachel, we've got a new guy. Rachel's like, fucking brilliant. Sat down, big telly. We're going through everything, man, one by one. I love finding a new guy. Deary me. Aye, so Llama, I don't think the track is about... I think the track is it's not anti-weapon. It's just saying don't go out with your weapons and instead kill people with your hands. I think it's more about self-preservation than like weapons are bad. But I don't know, man. I don't know what not to think. Weird, innit? But listen, no offence to the guy. It's hard being creative in this current climate, and he seems to be doing that. So that's something, isn't it? That's something. I thought it would be the right thing to do is to just share that guy with you. Get him on for an interview since you love him so much. No, I don't love him. I just don't want him to stab me. Deary me. Pretty good though. Pretty good stuff. Wrote this song rather than replying to his pal's text. Mary Biscuits, you weren't watching properly. He crafted the text and then deleted it before it was sent, which is actually an emotionally, you know, something there. By the juxtaposition between Promise and the other one, Shagger, was just mental, man. Absolutely mad. Be honest, these songs brought you back from the brink. Well, it did a wee bit. I was watching these tracks and I'm thinking to myself, like, no matter how bad life is. And that helped, man. That really helped. That really helped. Aye, fuck the guy, man. I can say whatever I want. He doesn't carry weapons. Quite right, Mary Biscuits. Doesn't carry weapons. He does look a wee bit solid, though. I don't want to fight the guy. Has the sketch comedy guy made anything new? Rhinoceros, I've lost that guy. I've lost him. I don't know what his username was. Or if there's anything. The only thing I can remember that he did is Spiders, man. But if you can remember that guy, the sketch comedy guy, there is also obviously Standing Tall with Rob Paul. I've typed in Spiders, man, but I don't think, obviously it's not going to come up. I don't know the name of the guy. Well, but we need a list of Scottish personalities, because this stuff's incredible. See when you find a new guy, man. Oh, so Adsy Boy. Let me drop the link for Adsy Boy. Where are we? In fact, I'll give you a link to Shagger directly, right? For anybody who wants to terrorise your group chats. There you go. There's some ammunition to do just that. My God. But I wonder what that sketch comedy guy is called. How did I originally get onto him in the first place? It was amazing, really amazing stuff, and they'd only been seen by like 75 people. I don't know, man. Doobie. I don't get the reference, Blaketown. How you doing, Blaketown? Welcome in, man. The film was shelved because Pip wouldn't put this guy on the OST. I did ask Pip. Pip, are you still in? Can you confirm? I did send Adsy Boy as a submission for who should be on the film's soundtrack. He can't claim self-defense now because he admitted his premeditation. Well, there you go, man. There you go. Goodness me. I don't want to have beef with a local rapper guy. 100%, man. There was an absolutely atrocious amateur comedian who obviously spent thousands to advertise on YouTube a few years ago, was genuinely the worst stand-up I'd ever seen, and it was all over YouTube. Oh, no, it's Standing Tall with Rob Paul. Scroobius Pip says, I can confirm you sent him 2 days before the film was pulled, probably unrelated. It was a cloudy couple of days, man. It was a cloudy couple of days. Were you in, Pip, when I spoke about it for about 10 minutes? Standing Tall. Fucking hell. With Ron. Is it Rod? Rod Paul? No, it isn't. It's Ron Paul. Who the fuck's Rod Paul? Oh, that's a wee shame. Remember the height guy? Is the height guy deleted his channel? Typed in Standing Tall with Ron Paul. Nothing's coming up. What's his username? Celebrity Heights. Celeb. Fucking hell. Heights. Nah, we've got it. Rob Paul. Standing Tall with Rob Paul. Right, so let's see what this guy's up to, man. My 2025 monthly expenses will shock you. Okay. Let's see what we can get in about here. How tall is Chad Michael Murray? Don't know who that is. How tall is Jenna Malone? Don't know who that is. Ron Perlman? How tall is Ron Perlman? How tall is Ron Perlman? Let's find out.
Big Rob from your favourite website, celebheights.com, with a wee video talking about how tall is Ron Perlman, famous American actor starred in films like Hellboy, Alien Resurrection, Kronos, and TV shows Sons of Anarchy and Beauty and the Beast. Now, one thing you might notice about Ron and Rob is head size. Now, I'm 5'8" with a 9.6-inch head, which is...
How do you know that you've got a 9.6-inch head? How do you know that? Anybody in chat? Dando, have you not seen this guy? Dando. This is a guy, man. This is one of my guys. I've not watched this video, so I don't know if there'll be anything good in this.
It's pretty big, but Ron, though, he's got a 10.5 inch long head, which would look big on a 6'5" guy, but how tall does Ron claim to be? He says he's about 6'1", but he
The vibe with this guy is his special interest, right, is celebrity heights. And he gets really annoyed when there's a discrepancy, like if somebody in an interview says they were 6'3", but he's found them standing next to somebody else and that other person's only 6'1", so how could that possibly... He gets really annoyed about it.
also pushed that claim to 6'2" when he compared himself to Linda Hamilton, who is about 5'5". Now Ron is a big guy, a big presence, big head, but is he really 6'2"? Well, I did meet him, not at his peak though, age 69 in 2000.
He meets people in order to reference their own height against his height in photos that he gets taken with the people that he meets. He's in deep, man.
19 at Wales Comic Con.
Listen, I'm autistic, right? I get it. I do get it. I really do get it. But at the same time...
Now in this photograph, I've got 1 inch sneakers. Ron's aren't much less, maybe a couple of millimetres or so. How tall do you think he really is there? He's far from
I still not painted the door. That's been about 4 years, man. Get that door painted, mate.
6 foot, isn't he? Yeah, he's shrunk. I think at his peak, Ron was somewhere around 6 foot range. And today, yeah, if you think of someone like Big Adam, 5'11" and a half.
Big Adam is a boy that he measured on his... I'll show you Big Adam. I'll show you the Big Adam video. He just got a boy in his house and measured his height. And the cunt's got like a fucking doctor level, like medical height measuring apparatus and all of that.
In person, do I think Ron was anywhere close to that? No. At most, he's about 5'11". Probably today, 5'10" and a half to 5'11" range. Yeah, he's lost 1.5 inches of height, which for a guy now in his 70s isn't huge. But Ron, though, his head size, if you look at it
Hello, Akagumi. How you doing? We're celebrityheights.com.
compared to mine is...
Llama, I would assume a head measurement is like circumference, like a hat. Because why else would you need to measure your head other than like weird racist phrenology reasons? Why would anybody need to measure somebody's head? So I'm assuming it's like a hat. You met Ron Perlman, Mootsie? How tall was he, would you say?
pretty big. But Ron's, though, it does look very big. Which, if you just took a photograph of Ron on his own, you'd never think
Stick about, right? I will show you the video that got me into this guy.
he was near 5'11", or maybe even 6 foot range at his peak. But what do you think? How tall do you think Ron Perlman was at his peak? And now, in his 70s.
I don't give a fuck.
Thanks for watching and keep walking tall, like Big Rob Paul.
Well, he's changed his sign off. It used to be Standing Tall with Ron Paul. No, Rob Paul. But anyway, he's changed his sign off. I get this guy, man. I like that he's got a thing. He's got numbers, man. So like 40,000 people. He owns celebheights.com. He's got lots of videos, man. Lots and lots of videos. What are the best slippers I've owned? 2 minutes 11 is good. Jenny, his long-suffering partner, I think. So he's got like all his apparatus and stuff. And he tries to involve other people by measuring their height on his YouTube channel. And it's a bit fucked. So let's see one of them.
Big Rob from celebheights.com. So the other day we measured Jenny at her absolute low, 5'7" and a quarter. That was after a good day of hard work, just about 5 p.m. Today, it's 6 a.m. Jenny's been in bed since 9:30. So we're going to find out her morning height, how much she varies from the top morning height to the absolute lowest height.
What for? Put your fucking nan breads away.
Let's wake up Jenny. Time for your morning height.
That looks legitimate as well. That looks like he was genuinely waking her up. That wasn't staged. That was genuinely like a woman getting woken up.
Standing tall. So we just measured Jenny literally 30 seconds out of bed after 8.5 hours sleep. She was 5'8" and a quarter. There you go. She shrinks a full inch from morning to her absolute low night. How much do you shrink? Thanks for watching and keep walking tall like Big Rob Paul. And
Giant Jenny.
I'll show you the video that originally got me into this, right? I was just like, what the fuck is going on here? We need to get to the bottom of this. So this is, I like to find guys, right? And this is one of the guys. Do you know, I don't think it's there. Andre the Giant's real height, that was one. Oh, what was the name of it? Because he gets other people in and he will like measure people that he knows. 2 seconds, cause Pip has maybe stuck referencing the Discord for, I mean, I don't actually care about Ron Perlman's height. That's the thing. I need to reduce my Discord channels. Pip, what general stuff? Well, there you go. So that's Ron Perlman and Scroobius Pip. Pip, I think, would be, what, 6'3", maybe? 6'4"? You did chin to top of head. Nice one. I would do circular, personally, because I'm no mental. You are leaning to 6'4". Just trying to like figure out how many inches between here. I don't look what's happened. He's got me now wondering how tall Ron Perlman is. You know what I mean? He did say head height, didn't he? Within animation and stuff, right? See if you're designing a character, you use the head height of a person to dictate different rendering styles, right? So sometimes a cartoon body would be like 4 heads high, meaning a quarter of the full height of the person would be the head, right? In realistic terms, I think an average person is something like 10 heads high or 7 heads high. And so when he says head height, he might be talking about the ratio of head height to the rest of your body. But I don't think so. I don't think that can be right. Is that right? How's my fat head mad? Ron Perlman's look small. I mean, I always have assumed that Ron Perlman's head is a gigantic one. But looks all right compared to yours. And Pip, I've looked at your head quite a bit. Didn't seem that gigantic. However, as a person, you're very tall, so maybe that balances it out or something. I don't know how. I need to speak to Rob Paul, and I'm sure he would get to the bottom of it. I don't know, man. I want to show you the video that got me onto Rob Paul, though. That just my eyebrow nearly flew off my head. I was like, what is happening here, man? Do you know, he might have taken it down. He might have taken it down. Oh, here we go. So it's 2019. It's this one here. Just like, get this guy jailed, man.
Hi, Big Rob from Celeb Heights here. And look who's back, the wonderful Iona. How have you been?
I've been good.
We last measured Iona back in 2017 when she was just turned 13 and she was 5'3" and 1/8. There's something different about you.
What are you doing measuring 13-year-old wee lassies on YouTube, mate?
I think she's taller, but just how tall? Let's find out.
Why are you doing this, man? Who asked you to do this, man? The fuck?
So Iona's under the stadiometer. You standing tall?
Yes.
So as soon as that shot happened, when it started at her feet and tilted up, hiya, wee doggy. I was like, Rachel, you need to come in and watch this alongside me. She's not actually there, guys. Because I had to continue watching it because I needed to get to the bottom of whatever the fuck was happening inside this guy's head. But this is the exact sort of video that you don't want somebody just walking into the room when you're watching. Do you know what I mean? Fucking hell, man.
Right, you're not 5'8", 7, 6, 5, but you're almost 5'4" and 3/4, about 5'4" and 5/8. So we just found out that Iona at almost 15
Yeah.
is
I don't think that's David Hasselhoff. I think that's Twilight.
almost 5'5". You know, one day you might even reach my height.
Or taller.
Fucking
So
hell!
might as well measure Iona in heels. Standing tall? Mm-hmm. So you're not quite 5'10".
He's got consistent pattern as well, so before he measures somebody, he's always like standing tall.
5'9", but you're almost 5'8" and 3/4.
But that's in centimetres.
So guys, thanks for watching and keep walking tall like Rob Paul.
And big Iona.
Mental. Absolutely mental.
Oh.
Do
Watching
you
and
want
keep
to see
walking
his
tall.
2025 monthly expenses?
Big Rob from Celeb Heights.
Oh man, he's in London, everybody. Jesus Christ. So why is he doing that? Why is he doing that? Why are you measuring Wayne's on your YouTube thing? I mean, he measures other people. He measured Jenny, his partner. Why are you measuring folk, but? So I wish I could find the sketch guy because he was really good, but I really enjoy collecting guys. And we got a lot out of this guy. But let's see if there's any content in his 2025 monthly expenses, which will shock us, apparently.
Heights.com, ready to spill the tea on my 2025 monthly
That's what you should be doing, mate. Every video, you should have your URL right to this. Well done, mate. Well done. That's good. Good.
expenses. You know, for years I've invested big in Celeb Heights, chasing star heights, snapping pics with celebs, and building epic memories. But with site revenue not soaring like it once did, I'm having to trim back expenses, and instead I'm investing more into
Who's that?
dividend stocks these days, hopefully to grow my wealth taller over time. So stick around for my monthly expenses breakdown. That'll surprise you. First,
I don't like the stock footage that he's including. It doesn't look like he's cutting expenses at all.
there are some things in life that we just can't forgo, Iron Brew being one of them. No, seriously, I gave that stuff up ages ago, and the money spent on Iron Brew goes to AG Barstock instead. Next up, we've got gas and electricity, which are absolute essentials, of course. At the moment, I'm paying out £179 a month to my energy provider, which shocked me because I just worked out that for the last 5 months, on average, we're spending £110 combined. Where's that extra money going? So that's for 2 people working from home and living in a 3-bedroom terraced house just outside Glasgow. Next,
Was that his footage there? Look at this. That looks like it might be up near Maryhill Locks, but I don't recognise it. Can't he quite place it? I think it's just stock footage in it. It isn't his footage. If he had a drone, it would be in every other video. Blake Sale, how you doing? Thank you very much for subbing. Blake Sale, welcome in. How's it going? What a legend. Thank you very, very much.
next up is council tax. Another bill we all love to hate, but the council, yeah, they do good work, don't they?
Aye, okay, it's messed up. It all changed recently. Some utility bills we just pay per usage. Other utility bills we don't. Electricity bills, they try and average it out, so we pay the same amount every month. But obviously we use more in winter. But they try and average it out so that the repeat payment is just as, you know, the money that you have in winter isn't less than the money you would have elsewhere. I think, but I don't know. I'm sure it's just a way of scamming us all, man. Right, so his expenses breakdown isn't very good. But there has to be other content in here, man. I quite liked Ron Perlman. Sheamus the wrestler's real height revealed. Maybe. Height skits. Yes, let's do this. Let's do this, man. You know you're obsessed with height when the phone rings.
High five.
Well, he was going to reach for that before it rang, so something fishy happening there.
Hi, 5'8" Rob here. No, I don't need any new windows or doors. No, I've not been in an accident in the last 3 years. But can I ask you something? How tall do you think Tom Cruise is? Hello? 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 What do you think, Jenny? Do you think this conifer's taller than me?
Just a little bit.
Well, we'll see about that. How's that?
Oh, that's better. Yeah, same.
I'm glad that he's found his thing, because it's important that we find our things, right? See, with the whole men's mental health and all of that, maybe if more people have found their thing, then the world might be a better place. And who am I to stand and laugh at this guy? But then on the other hand...
No.
Hey Jenny, got a great new show to watch.
Supernatural, I can't wait to watch this.
Take me watch some Supernatural. I think Jared's wearing lifts. Doesn't Jensen look a bit small to you? Look, he's got lifts. He's in a box. Look, there's Jim Beaver. He said in the site 5'11.25". He shrunk from 6'1". I swear.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the way he's walking.
I really think that autistic people, and I'm speaking about myself here as well, like we should be given a manual or something. Get a wee pamphlet on the go to just help us, you know, navigate different things. Right, what's this? But I really
So
love
I'm 5'8".
finding a guy like this.
Let's see how 5'8" measures up to different heights.
What's happened there? All right. Whoa. What the hell? What was that for? It's not came up. Thank you very much, whatever just happened there. Let me have a wee check. Gonna know, thank you very much for the 1,000 bloody bits. Gonna know, that was unreal. Thank you very, very much. I hope you enjoyed your extended bubble blast. My goodness. Gonna know, thanks for the bits. If you're just joining us, we are looking at online guys, but I feel a wee bit bad about showing you different online guys. But at the same time, you know what I mean? Gonna know, thank you very much for the 1,000 bits. What a legend. They are a wee bit cute together, but on the same, I don't know, somebody needs to make sure she's alright. Do you think he secretly measured each of his partners until he got one that was exactly his height? Do you think they're exactly the right height? Are they? I've no noticed that. But what I have noticed is he's given some undue importance to the concept of height. And I mean, maybe like, I'm fortunate enough. I'm like 6'1" ish, maybe just a wee bit under or something. Don't know. So maybe because of that, I don't see height. Aye, they're both 5'8". Aye, you're right, Kate. They're both 5'8". That's something, isn't it? So am I speaking from a position of privilege? Right? Maybe if I was 5'8", I would notice height more or something. I don't know. I don't know. I'm glad he's found these things. This is the last video of his that we will watch. Wait a minute, we're not watching that because that's just... I don't know what that is. What? Show me some of your greats, man. He had a good one on slippers.
Big Rob from celebheights.com. Now guys, you know I own a lot of footwear, right? You've seen all these sneaker measurement videos, but what's the one piece of footwear that I wear every single day? Slippers, of course. Now since I work from home, I'm pretty much wearing slippers for many hours a day. They've got to be comfortable. But
Scott, do you know Adzy Boy? Scott, have you got a direct connection with Adzy Boy? Here, I think S. Clarko might know Shagger. That's something, isn't it? Hello, Terrible Clint. How's it going? Terrible Clint, did you get a bubble blast? It's no came through on a notification. So Terrible Clint, maybe refresh the page and it'll come up and it'll let you do it, potentially. Gonzo, that's a good question. I don't know if he had previous partners. Terrible Clint. Aye, maybe a wee refresh because it's no came up on the thing. But thank you very much, Terrible Clint. And if it doesn't show up, I will give you a bubble blast. Aye, something like that. Luna suggests he wasn't allowed on a ride as a kid for being too short and has never let it go since. I don't know, man. Because like 5'8" isn't like that's an alright height, isn't it? That's 3 inches away from 6 foot. Mary Biscuit says, thinking about it, I might be heightist, as I've never had a partner shorter than me. I've never had a partner taller than me. But I think it's just because I'm quite tall. Very loud, sorry. Does he know Limmy's height? I don't know.
like many of you
Limmy's
out there,
just wee.
I've made mistakes in the past. I've been in the supermarket or TK Maxx. Oh, £15 pair of slippers, they'll do nicely. Then 2 years later, they're falling apart, the sole has worn through, the stitching has split. Yeah, sometimes it's worth paying a little bit more money for quality. So back in 2017, I thought, I want to get a good pair of slippers. And what did I buy? This exact model.
I love YouTube Scottish slipper content. This is class, man.
Hotter shoes, Slumber. They've lasted 5 years. Now the back is starting to come away a bit. But the sole, look at that sole, polyurethane. That's held up very well.
It's a polyurethane sole, everybody.
You know, it's not worn through. And the stitching is still intact. Like I said, the only thing that has failed is the back section. Very good. I recommend these slippers. And of course, the insole, if I can get it out here.
Look at it, don't look at
Very
us.
spongy. Look at that. That's not falling apart. A bit of wear, but 5 years, every single day I've been wearing these. Excellent. So, a new pair of hotter shoes, and these are called Relax, size 9. Picked these up. Oh, the Slumber were about £30. These were, in the sale, about £35.
They look like a big pair of good boats, them. Aye, Roll Duke, a link should happen. It should work fine.
Similar style, no Velcro, just a slip-on. Again, very solid sole. That will last a good few years. And these are made in England. So when somebody says, what slippers do you wear, Rob? Hotter shoes. I recommend them. This video isn't sponsored by Hotter Shoes. However, Jenny needs a new pair of slippers. Thanks for watching, and keep walking tall like Big Rob Paul.
Oh, fuck, now I'm getting like feet content. No, don't autoplay feet stuff. Oh, it's my algorithm fucked, innit?
All of a
that.
sudden, everyone.
No, don't give me feet videos, mate. No, look at this. I'm now getting like feet shit. No, look at this. There's feet shit. No. No. Fuck. I'm now marked as like a mad foot guy. And I'm no. My God, man. So if anybody's got any other guys, sensational stuff. Right. Oh, I might recognise this guy, actually. Does anybody remember the comedian guy? And like he made sketches in his room? Do you know, this might actually be him. It's a bit of a Dutch angle. It's up full.
Yes, she's here. The most beautiful girl in the world. I love you more than the stars in the sky. I love you more than the birds flying by. Well, look, away you go with your nonsense, you silly old bugger. Been to the pub and
I can't hear a thing, man.
songs. You're a silly old goat, you're a silly old bugger. Now give me peace. Away your bed.
I would like to watch the rest of that privately, to just like vet it a wee bit. I just want to vet him just a wee bit, just in case, just get a wee feeling.
Honest chap.
But it does look familiar. But I want to pre-watch before I show yous, if that's all right. But my goodness. It was a wee bit Ricky Fulton. But there's a sketch guy who's Scottish and makes stuff in his living rooms. And remember, there was a thumbnail and it looks as if he was in blackface. And the title was Spiders Man. But then you click through, you're like, oh my God, what is this? But he isn't in blackface, he's just dressed his head up like a spider. So he's painted all his flesh black and he's got like spider legs coming out his head. It's weird, man. So I'm trying to find him again. But when I was watching him, there was only maybe about, 50 other views on every video. And each one was like fascinating for a different reason. But I will check out this Richard Gallagher guy. Thank you very, very much for sending him on. And let us know if anybody else finds guys. Craven Mangler, how you doing? Hi 1030 in chat. Keeves in the trees is a guy. He eats different snacks in the woods. Aye? Is this a YouTube guy you're telling us about? Or just Keeves in the trees? All right.
Yo, snacking with Caves in the trees, episode 54. Do you want some more? You want some? You want some? I'll get ya. Because we have 54 episodes, and 6 years ago, Snacking with Keith started. And so I guess if we get to 60 this year.
How's it got like a full pint? Where are you? How come you've got a pint and a glass?
Then that'll be like 10 each year or something like that.
Basin Brace, who's the Glasgow taxi guy? Aye. We had him on earlier. Route planner Paul. Aye.
Cider as usual, you know the drill.
Steve, I've not heard for the cheer collecting guy. I've only ever seen that one video.
So we got a hog roast from the Hog Roast Kitchen. It's outside Screwfix in the village, and they do loads of other stuff. And but yeah, if we were trying it for the first time, we had to go for the hog roast. I'm day off the day work, but I was curious whether I would have enough time to get this on my lunch breaks, which are like half hour. Possibly not. It took a little bit of time. Let's get on with eating it. It's got pork, it's got crackling in there, it's got applesauce, it's got stuffing.
I really enjoy a sandwich, say as a concept, like as a vehicle for calories. The sandwich is, I think, one of the best things we've ever invented, ever. It's sensational. Cool. I think I was just checking where Rachel is. She's still in town. I think she's went out with some colleagues after work. So I'm going to continue streaming if that's okay, if anybody minds me just doing that. Carla, how's it going? How you doing? Kosher as Christmas. Welcome in, Carla. It's wonderful to see you. Wonderful to see you. Thanks very much for subbing. I don't know what's happening with my audio, because the videos seemed a bit loud, but then my microphone, I think there must be a compressor happening somewhere, but I just can't quite identify where it is. Rye 3D, how you doing? 40 bloody months. So happy to see you back, mate. Was devastated about the news of the film, so hope all is grand. All is very grand. Thank you very, very much, Rye 3D. Welcome in. So I think the film is still happening. It just isn't being recorded just now because that was the original plan and we're not doing it. But thank you very much, Rye 3D. How's it even going? You ever seen Roscoe watch The Bus Travel Guy? Aye. It's good. I'm not following The Bus Travel Guy, but I like it. Have you seen any of the guys who stealth camp at McDonald's? There are lots of them, though. Really? As in they live inside a functional McDonald's? That's interesting. Imagine bringing your own pint glass into the woods. Incredible effort. Well, is it the woods or is it just behind a functional pub or something? I don't know. Sorry if that was a bit loud. Tiger baguette is next level. It is. A good sandwich is amazing. It is. You can have just about anything on a sandwich. Literally anything. Rye 3D, thank you once again for subbing. Welcome. I hope you're doing fantastic. So I am no ever going to watch The Foot Guy again. Normally we hear the bubble machine whir and it's not there today. So I wonder if there's some audio noise cancellation. This goes to 11. Thank you very, very much for giving that sub to Anna Realtor. Kate and Dolan were both saying that my audio might be peaking a wee bit, but I need to have a look at it. Basically, I haven't streamed for about a month. And when I came back, all the software was like, you need to update this, you need to do this, you need to sign into this again, you need to do that. And so far, I think everything's been working all right, except from the audio isn't perfect. There's something a wee bit weird about it. I sent you something that I thought was cool by DM, as I didn't want to just go throwing links into chat for reasons of that not being cool. Spoggers, you absolutely can stick it in chat. I permit you if you want to stick it in chat. Although, let me know what it is first, maybe. But thank you very much. Blot Outdoors Show is one. He just goes into McDonald's and hides there. I mean, I think that's quite interesting. I wonder what the world record is for being on the inside of a McDonald's. Stealth camping. I'll maybe have a wee look at this guy. I mean, I used to work in a McDonald's, right? And honestly, if there was a guy trying to live there, goodness me, thank you very much for that. What was that, Gonino? Thank you very much for the 500 bits, Gonino. Gonna know you've been very generous with the bits today, so I really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Goodness me. Gonna know, thank you very much. And this goes to 11, thanks for subbing. And Ry3D, Carla, gonna know again, Blake Sale, Ray or RCL Studio, Chrissy, Sacinda, Stevja, and Digital Falcon. Thank you very much, everybody, for being in. I hope yous are all doing fantastic. Aye, so we are getting silent bubbles. Let me diagnose this off stream, because I think if I do it on stream, it'll just be a wee bit rubbish. But I need to look at my audio processing. So there's no filters within OBS on any of my audio stuff. Yeah, no filters at all in OBS. So it's all getting done here. And the only filters over here are aye, I'll need to do this off stream. I've got something called ClipGuard, which acts as a compressor, but it's only if I'm really loud, you know. Aye, who knows, man? Who knows? I'll have a wee look at this off stream, but there definitely isn't any. Well, I've got all of this crap. So if I turn this off. So this is it with everything switched off. So this is the pure drive feed from my microphone. And now if I give myself a bubble blast, which should work. Did you hear that blast? I forget what we're even trying to do now. I don't even know what we're trying to do. Oh, did you get bubbled, Pepper? Oh my God, Pepper the wee dog got bubbled. Did you get bubbled on your face? I accidentally bubbled a wee dog, oh my God. Anyway. She's fine. She's fine. She's doing all right. It feels like NVIDIA stuff to me. I'm not using NVIDIA. I was using like an inbuilt wavelength thing, but I've just turned everything off for that last bubble blast. There's a noise well known, love. All right, let me review. The mic sounds better now. Really? Really? So if I click this, so I've put something called voice focus back on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. However, voice focus I've got up as strong. So I could put that down to weak, right? Who knows, man? I'll maybe dive in off stream and see if I can find a good combination of all these settings. I picture Pepper catching strays, 100% friendly fire. Must have been a gate or noise cancellation filter on somewhere. Well, there's this new AI thing called voice focus, and it doesn't tell you actually what it is. AI-powered feature built in partnership with AI Acoustics. It helps remove background noise and adjust reverb, making your voice crystal clear, just like you're in a sound-treated studio. You're in a sound-treated studio. So basically, if I stick it on, right? So this is it off. This is it completely clean. 1, 2, 3. James Houston, twitch.tv/1030. And then this is it on and turned up maximum. And it's me speaking to you now in a different voice than I usually speak in. For some reason, I've decided to talk to you like this. But then with it switched on, I can also turn it down to like weak. And that might be a good compromise. But there's no real point in me playing about with this just now because I can't hear my output. And then on top of that, we've got an EQ. Pop the EQ on. Then we've got a de-esser. So I'll pop that on as well. And I'll review the VOD and I'll make some decisions based on the last sort of wee bit of that. But it's interesting. I didn't know you were getting silent bubbles all this time, man. You ever had a pizza sandwich? Is that like a calzone, Ry3D? Steve Wallace, stealth camps on roundabouts and all sorts. It sounds like a slight, doesn't it? Your da stealth camps and roundabouts. Who knows, man? I know wee Freddy. I know Freddy. Right, Freddy's telling me that this is 20 to 6. And I usually finish streaming about 4:30 or 5, don't I? And I've got the head of a wee dog just looking up at me like that. Like, can we hang out, please? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Camping with Steve is your best of the stealth camping, guys. All right. Do you think I should become a stealth camping influencer? Not influencer. I know, Freddie. He's putting the weight of his head on my leg. I know, Freddie. You're all up to speed with your meals and stuff, so you can swivel there. But I'll come and I'll give you scratches. I'll give you nice scratches. We could do that. If you're interested. Aye. I've noticed that my voice is kind of packed in a wee bit as well. So it might be a good time to bounce. The voice focus makes it sound like you have a sore throat. Well, the thing is, currently, I do have a wee bit of not a sore throat, but in person I'm sounding a bit like that. Can we find out the height of Fred's head? Yes. Yes, we can. Well, what I was going to do, what the fuck happened there? That was Kofi, wasn't it? It was Neil Beaumont. Sorry, it's just giving your full actual name, Neil. Neil, thank you very much for a £5 on Kofi. Thank you very, very much. What a legend. And because you've done that on Kofi, I get every single penny of it, so thank you very much. Hydrate, man, it's been a while since you were chatting away to us. Well, luckily Kate has sent me via Greg's a nice iron brew. Then I've got some of this as well. But you're right. Right, 3D, you will see me again in the near future. I'm not going to make any promises of night streams or anything like that, but I'm back and I'm streaming, and that's basically what's happening. There we go. Voice focus on is full is very BBC radio. Do you know that might be something? I'm going to have a wee look at it. So I want to eventually 3D scan Fred's head at some point, but because he's a dog, it's really hard to 3D scan his head, because years ago he needed a muzzle. See, when we're walking with him outside, and we couldn't find a muzzle that would fit him properly because he's got a big pea head. He just looked at me there like that. So I wanted to 3D scan him and make him a muzzle, and it just never ended up happening because he doesn't stay still for long enough for you to 3D scan him. But I thought if I did 3D scan Fred's head, we could have all sorts of headgear for him. We could have like battle armour, stormtrooper helmets. He could have like a mask of me. That would be freaky because I've got to scan him my own head. You know what I mean? So maybe at some point, Neil TB, thank you very much for that £5. We're all in the Matrix. Not sure if the iron brew is considered hydration. It is, it definitely is. But listen, everybody, thank you very much for coming in and all of that sort of stuff. How far down the list is water? My eyesight's getting really bad. Carbonated water, right up first in the list. Do you know what I'm beginning to get used to now, everybody? It turns out I do have a bit of a sore throat. Do you know what I'm beginning to get used to now? See this? Like I'm used to it now. I'm like, aye, cool, whatever. Do you know what I mean? So the only time that this has been an issue, see this whole, the lids are attached to the bottle. Only time it's been an issue for me was when I was drinking one of the wee shots of, is it turmeric or whatever? Like a wee shot that you're like, and it's like supposed to be a healthy rejuvenate. You know, you get them. I think it was a turmeric one that I had. You know what I'm on about, don't you? A wee like healthy shot costs about $3.50 or something, and you get it for a health food place, and you tan it, and it's supposed to be good for you. So I had one of them, which had one of these lid things on it. So it meant tiny wee bottle, and as I'm trying to tan it like that, or well, tan it like that, the lid is open and like dangling over my eye, like right here, with this stingy, I think it was turmeric, ginger, gut shots, exactly, not alcohol, like fitness guy stuff. So all I'm saying is that nearly caused a wee bit of eye irritation. So I hope you're happy, Greenpeace, or whoever it is that done this, because I very narrowly avoided having a very slight eye irritation. Anyway. I think that's me done. I was going to show you a magic trick, but I don't know. I'll maybe wait till the next time that you're in. Because I don't want to... 2 wee seconds. Aye, fuck it. I think I should maybe bounce. I've completely run out of energy and you deserve better. So I'm going to bounce. We could 3D print Fred a crown. I think he would love that, man. 100%. So listen, everybody, thank you very much for coming in. Thanks for being part of all of this. And thanks for that big, really wonderful welcome back as well. I've really enjoyed that because the past couple of weeks I've had a lot of ups and downs, man. Ups and downs. Blaketown, I don't know. I've never bought one of the wee shots myself. I've only ever been bought them. So, because they're quite expensive. By the way, I don't think you need to worry about doing a stream explaining film stuff. You don't owe us that shit. There were plenty of explanation already. Don't worry yourself. Oh, no, I'm not worried. I just thought it might be a good thing to do. So Pip and I were going to come on and just sort of have a wee debriefing about it. But I think I've said everything on this stream about all the film stuff. So basically, if you weren't in for the Kickstarter film that the film that Pip was directing, his Kickstarter film thing, we were scheduled to start shooting on between the 12th to the 20th. Am I still alive? It's saying I'm unstable. It's maybe just saying that my mindset is unstable. My mic is... I've got wee audio issues here. Strange audio issues. Am I using any internet that I shouldn't be using? Fuck knows. The mic's dying. So on Twitch it says my connection is unstable. Mic has gone jittery and out of sync. So what I will do is I will just find somebody to raid. And if it's out of sync, I will put my hand in front of it so that you don't notice that it's out of sync. And then let's just find somebody that I'm in good standing with. Nobody. One will make Twitch great again, everybody. One will get everybody streaming all the time and all that. One will be brilliant. Right, I'm going to raid Nutty again. Thank you very much, everybody, for coming in. Full thing's fucked. Keep it real, take it easy. All the very best to each and every one of you. I'm showing you a magic trick, but a different one. This is the magic trick. How did that go? Wow, it was a big delay, man. Big delay. Massive delay. Massive delay. I've already ended stream. Lol. Night, folks. X. Twitch is buggered, man. See you. They call me Shagger, 'cause I always shag her.